contingent is under Secretary Attorney Eduardo Jose de Vega.
Morning, Chair.
From the Department of National Defense, we have Yusek Ignacio Madriaga.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
From the Department of Transportation, we have Assistant Secretary Julio Ciano.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, sirs, madam.
From the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, we have Director Maria Luisa de Guzman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
He is with Attorney Albi Juarez and Mr. John Benedict Villa. From the Philippine Coast Guard, we have a Coast Guard Captain Donet A. Dolina. Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, sirs, ma'am.
From the Department of Justice, we have Attorney Freddy Ganchoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, colleagues, and everyone.
From the University of the Philippines Institute for Maritime Affairs and Law of the Sea, we have Attorney J. Batong Bakal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone else as well.
For the record, also, Mr. Chairman, attending virtually via Zoom is Ambassador Teodoro Locsin Jr. And we have confirmation that Professor Robert Charles Beckman will likewise be attending virtually. That is all, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Thank you. For the information of the resource persons present here and the members of the committee, during the last hearing, I understand that we got two commitments, delayed commitments from the Department of Justice and the National Security Council as to the water to land ratio. And then from the Department of Justice, I think it has something to do with Indonesia. Yes. So are both agencies signifying their intent, is very leading, to have an executive session, or are you all right with having a session, a hearing similar to the hearing we conducted last time? Is there any matters of national interest that would be triggered here? Indonesian matters? Wala naman siguro.
No, Mr. Chair. We have already submitted their
Yes.
position paper.
What about the National Security Council?
We already submitted the requirements,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
so we'll be asking you to amplify the submissions made, but would like to take this opportunity to we have in our midst virtually the presence of Ambassador Locsin. Ambassador Locsin, I have some direct questions unless you have an introductory statement. You know for a fact that we're having a hearing relative to several measures that would call 5 measures that would call for the establishment of a Philippine archipelagic sea lanes. And we purposely sought your attendance today because we understand that you are based near the International Maritime Office in London, and we have to get your inputs. But first, we have to know our current standing as regards the IMO. So, are you familiar, Your Honor, with what has been discussed thus far? We have conducted several hearings, or do you have a prepared statement relative to the archipelagic sea lanes, the budding bills before this committee? Secretary Locsin,
Yes,
you have the floor, and you have
Yes,
our undivided attention.
yes. I have a prepared statement which embodies answers also to your specific concerns. If I may be allowed to proceed, Your Honor.
Please proceed. And can you indicate the specific time you have there right now?
5:05.
5:05. This is fine. This is what time we were.
5:05 a.m.
Yes.
I am really sorry.
No.
It's 5:05 a.m. You're inside the premises of the Philippine Embassy in London.
Yes, sir.
So you're on Philippine soil.
That's right.
Please proceed, Your
Thank
Honor.
you very much. Yep. Honorable Senator Francis Tolentino, Chair of the Special Committee on Philippine Admiralty and Maritime Zones, honorable members of the committee, colleagues, and distinguished guests, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us to attend this public hearing on the establishment of the Archipelagic Sea Lanes. I welcome the opportunity to discuss the proposed Archipelagic Sea Lanes Bill and the process of designation of sea lanes under the International Maritime Organization. We are already familiar with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. You may note that Part 4 of the Convention provides us with a legal regime for the designation of archipelagic sea lanes. Article 53(9) of UNCLOS states that in designating or substituting sea lanes or prescribing or substituting traffic separation schemes, an archipelagic state shall refer proposals to the competent international organization with a view to their adoption. It seems, therefore, that the competent international organization may adopt only such sea lanes or traffic separation schemes as may be agreed with the archipelagic state, after which the archipelagic state may designate, prescribe, or substitute them. It seems from the wording that the archipelagic state has first and last word. The wording confines the competent international organization to the proposals that the archipelagic state initiates or accepts or substitutes something else for altogether. The initiative is ours. No other country than ours should initiate ASLs in our waters. On the other hand, what if they do? Then it is best we beat them to a submission. Great powers tend to have their way with international organizations. The competent international authority retains the authority to adopt the proposals or not. That does not derogate one whit from the sovereignty of the submitting state. What it does is allow, indeed encourage other states to participate so that all currently conceivable international navigation needs are met. While UNCLOS does not set out the competent international organization in Article 53(9), it is widely agreed that the competent international organization being referred to here is the IMO. In 1996, the UN Division for Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea published a list of competent international organizations to handle certain issues set out in UNCLOS. IMO was recognized as the competent international organization that adopts archipelagic sea lanes proposals in accordance with the relevant provisions of Article 53(9) of UNCLOS. The Philippines is a party to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and a member of IMO. Thus, we are obliged to refer our ASL proposal to the IMO. The compelling character of UNCLOS, if I may say as an aside, is best shown by Chinese actions in our waters under UNCLOS. China is proud to have spearheaded the adoption of UNCLOS, along with the US, which dropped out at the end, though its inputs had already been made. And yet, maritime features that UNCLOS clearly accords the Philippines is claimed by the People's Republic of China. So there you have the binding nature of international commitments if it costs the strong little or nothing. Yet such commitments are better than nothing. The strong will do as they please, the weak will endure what they must. Meetings in the IMO, like in the UN, are year-round. Unlike the UN, however, the IMO is a technical agency that has limited human resources. The IMO Secretariat, which has its hands full with goal-based standards, autonomous vessels, piracy and armed robbery against ships, cybersecurity and e-navigation, is the same one that will also handle our archipelagic sea lane submission. Given the technical nature of the meetings and the wide array of technical issues that affect international shipping, most IMO committee and subcommittee meetings are held only once a year. The Subcommittee on Navigation, Communication, and Search and Rescue, for instance, where the submission and technical details of the proposed ASL will be discussed, is scheduled to have its meeting this June. Documents must be submitted 6 months before the meeting to give time for both the Secretariat and all delegations to study these thoroughly. In the case of the proposed Philippine designation of ASLs, it is also presumed that the International Civil Aviation Organization will have been advised and consulted about it. While we submit proposals for designation of ASLs to the IMO, it cannot, no more than other international organizations, involve itself in domestic matters, let alone drafting of domestic legislation. The most that it can do is assist in checking whether the ASL proposal is compliant with technical requirements of the IMO subcommittee where it will be lodged. When some of us were in Congress, the U.S. Treasury intervened when we were enacting our anti-money laundering law. We had failed to adopt one earlier on the advice of a U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Robert Rubin, who believed that regulating currency went against the spirit of free enterprise. But 9/11 changed all that. In this regard, I recommend that when there is already a final version of the bill, you may consider holding a seminar workshop on the proposed designation of ASLs. Interested member states, relevant agencies, and stakeholders, as well as an IMO representative, may be invited as participants. I would urge that. There is no substitute for hands-on experience in these matters. This is what Indonesia did prior to submitting its ASL proposal to the IMO. We need, however, to manage our expectations by stressing the discussion of the Philippine designation of ASLs will likely require more than one NCSR session. Given that subcommittee meetings are only held once a year, this means that the entire process of having our proposed designation of ASLs adopted at the IMO will require some time. I recall that in one of the meetings of DFA MOAU headed by then Assistant Secretary, now Ambassador to Kuala Lumpur, Angela Ponce, with IMO officials here in London last year, IMO was asked why no other archipelagic state apart from Indonesia has submitted designation of its ASLs to the IMO. The IMO officials opined that maybe other member states might see no benefit in designating ASLs. They added that there is also the disadvantage of dealing with too much bureaucracy in working on the designation of the sea lanes, both at the domestic front and at the IMO. They mentioned that the IMO Secretariat does not deal very often with these kinds of submissions and would need sufficient time to study the comment on any initial Philippine submissions. They even asked what the main goal of the Philippines is in designating ASLs. If it is just to monitor and manage sea traffic, they said there are other alternative options such as setting ship routing measures or traffic separation schemes instead of designating ASLs. I would have answered, only Indonesia and now the Philippines have submitted ASLs, but that is because we are the only two serious archipelagos on the planet. Name another one. As sprawling archipelagos, we are most vulnerable in this particular aspect. Our major islands are the sizes of many countries. The waterways between them offer wide approaches. We can be taken piecemeal. At this point, let me add that our ASLs must include normal passage routes for international navigation and overflight, and of course, innocent passage. We shall be required to show sufficient capability to put in place mechanisms that enhance maritime safety and give convincing proof that our proposals will enhance the positive impact of orderly vessel traffic on the marine environment and fisheries resources and fishing grounds. But this is good, because we should be pouring resources into addressing those concerns anyway, and we have the president who believes in it. As I earlier stressed, we need to manage our expectations. The entire process of having our proposed designations of ASLs adopted at the IMO will not be quick, quite the contrary. But this should not discourage Congress from starting, as it has with several bills, and passing an ASL1. Indeed, we encourage the early crafting and formal submission. If there is a felt need for ASLs, there is no time like the present to start the process. I note that the proposed bills empower the president to designate ASLs. Should there be need for technical adjustments to comply with the requirements of IMO, these can be easily done without need of returning to Congress for amendments. After initial slow going, things could come to a resolution as quick as international bureaucracies are known for. It took a while to adjust our maritime boundaries with Indonesia. But 2 decades later, Indonesian foreign minister and I were at the UN signing off on them. So whether the IMO can overrule domestic laws, let me just say that the legislated designation of ASLs is an exercise of sovereignty by the member state. True, by submitting this designation of ASLs to the IMO, we open ourselves to the possibility that other member states will negotiate for the inclusion of other routes used for navigation that may not have been included in the original submission. That is the whole point of submitting our designation, to get the views of affected states and achieve as wide a consensus as possible. In the case of Indonesia, for instance, Indonesia submitted the first and only proposal for the designation of 3 archipelagic sea lanes within its archipelago to the IMO. There was a disappointing outcome. The proposal only accounted for the designation of 3 north-south routes to the archipelago. There was no east-west corridor proposed. Both the United States and the Australian representatives considered this unacceptable, since the proposal did not meet the all routes normally used for international navigation by maritime traffic as required by UNCLOS. It seems the 2 Western powers encourage comprehensive ASLs and not exclude normal routes. After much debate, the IMO declared Indonesia's submission a partial submission of ASLs. There is a view that this declaration renders the Indonesian ASLs practically useless because there is no compulsion for maritime countries to use them. Failure to get approval seems to impart a shade of rejection by the international body, but I do not believe there is any practical or legal effect. On the one hand, what objections or alternatives are offered regarding our submissions will reveal the genuine concerns of the affected countries about their legitimate interests on the matter which we may have overlooked. On the other hand, it will reveal the real intentions. Know your friends who claim to have your back, because there lies the risk. Frontal enemies are easier to protect against. So I encourage our submission to the IMO, that it will entail a lot of work and time to produce the desired result only shows the need to do it sooner rather than late. After all, during my term as Secretary of Foreign Affairs, the DFA initiated in 2020 the designation of ASLs to the IMO by submitting a paper proposal. We therefore await the instructions of the Senate, which alone shares with the executive the power of making foreign policy. I hope we have provided useful information to the committee as regards the IMO process in the designation of archipelagic sea lanes. Before I end my address, some specific questions. What is the relationship between the Philippines and the IMO? Alongside the other member states, we and other member states constitute the IMO, on top of which we were re-elected to the IMO Council by the largest number of votes ever. This is a testament to the solid foundation laid by my predecessor, His Excellency Antonio Lagdameo, now at the UN, who made many friends in his watch, and by his able team led by Senen Mangalile, the go-to guy if you want anything done well and fast. My team, led by Ann Hernando, were able to build a yet bigger base of support on that firm foundation of friendship. We are a member in good standing, in good, if not superlative standing, at the IMO. The current Philippine ambassador to the United Kingdom is the permanent representative of the Philippines in the IMO. No other official can assume that role. We never fail to attend IMO meetings. When is the best time to make a submission, before or after the passage of the bill? For a while, I thought there is a downside to submitting already legislated submission with the risk of rejection. But so far as I can gather, there is no rejection. There is just no adoption. At worst, a partial submission is approved. There will certainly be delay as the views of genuinely affected interests are considered, as well they should be. The purpose is to avoid acrimony over important matters about which we might agree in time. As for the delayed acceptance by the IMO, what one considers as delay, another may sincerely see as time necessary to arrive at a wider, maybe wiser consensus. Sovereignty, most emphatically expressed by acts of Congress, is not and cannot in any way be overruled by another state or international organization of states. The heart of international law is to uphold the individual sovereignty of states and smoothen their interaction without the slightest derogation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Locsin. You prevented this committee from asking you questions. You answered. You were able to predict the questions that will be asked by the chairman. But thank you for clarifying everything. And I can quote two useful phrases. One is we should manage our expectations. Indeed, we should do that. And then you provided us with useful informations. Just three quick questions, Mr. Ambassador, if you still have time.
No, I do, and I have the two experts beside me.
Is the sun about to
Remember
rise in London?
Pardon? No, not yet. It's still winter.
So
We're getting close to spring.
My question has something to do with our membership, our IMO membership. We receive, it's a good thing that we receive 136 votes out of a possible 168 when we were re-elected under category C. Is that correct? There is a
Yes.
there is a category C for council members. My question is there any chance for the Philippines to be part of category A? Category A.
Thank you for that question. That thought occurred to me also as I sat there casting the vote. I believe everything to do with the IMO is best addressed by those who have had a long direct experience with it, which are our teams, the IMO. I am given by Ann Hernando the 10 states with the largest interest, category A, 10 states with the largest interest in providing international shipping services: China, Greece, Italy, Japan, Liberia, Norway, Panama, the Republic of Korea, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America. Yes.
Mr. Ambassador, is that we just passed a new law, is the Seafarers Act of 2024. And that new law would really highlight that the Philippines is the #1 supplier of seafarers. If my recollection is correct, that would total 800,000. Isn't the provision of 800,000 warm bodies a large interest enough to make us part of category A?
It's for shipping services.
Category A is for shipping services, but I see your point. Just a few days ago, coincidentally, I attended the book launching of Lale Khalili, The Sinews of War and Trade, which is about seafarers. And when the questions were asked, I raised my hand and I said, I stand here as ambassador of the Philippines to the United Kingdom and representative to the IMO. And let me tell you that it is my duty to protect anywhere from 600,000 to 800,000 seafarers, the largest in the world. And she bowed and said that is correct. This will show you this book, which I hope to send you, and I hope will be acquired by the rest of the committee, will show the nature of seafarers. She calls it the corporeal experience of seafarers. And the leading protagonists there are Filipino seafarers, among the best. But she also notes some disturbing developments about which perhaps after I read your seafaring law, I would be appreciated if you invited us again.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. My next question has something to do with the submission of a consolidated measure once it is approved by the committee and perhaps the Senate plenary. It was not answered clearly. Should it be done prior to the approval of the president, making it a law, or even after it has been approved by the Senate and perhaps in a bicameral conference committee produce an updated version? Should it be submitted before its passage into a law, or should we wait for the president's approval or should we do it simultaneously? Because right now the thinking of the members of the committee is to produce a measure that would give the president enough flexibility to designate the appropriate coordinates that would create the 3 ASLs. So my question is, when is the right time to submit this, given that you mentioned a while ago that the IMO Safety Committee would be meeting sometime in June, and the best time to submit a proposal would be 6 months before our submission to the committee, and that would have been last month or December, at the best. So where does that leave this committee? Nahuli na ba tayo, or are we looking at 2025, Ms. Ambassador?
I think we'll be looking at 2025, perhaps, but we should start already now. It's just my view. It can be a proposal that's not yet legislated. But as I said, even if it is not approved, and it has already been legislated, it is a law. It in no way derogates from Philippines' sovereignty to make its own laws. I think that the problem with giving a tentative proposal is that it gives the other side, it gives the usual bureaucracy, the IMO, the excuse to also dribble the ball and say, this is really not the last word. So I would hazard submitting a legislated bill, a law already. That means that anything they do, I'm not sure what the submission of Indonesia was, the nature of it, whether it was a law or not. But in our case, they have to consider, if they are a proper international organization, the fact that the foreign policy power has already spoken on this issue. Perhaps that will be. And of course, the rest of it depends on us to campaign for it.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm not going to ask you as to whether we're a member in good standing of the IMO, because apparently we're a member of good standing because we were just elected for a seat as a council member. But then again, Mr. Ambassador, since we're not late, we're still on time, do you think that it would be appropriate to submit now a consolidated draft legislation, even if it's not yet final, in the same manner as Indonesia then was given the chance to amend its legislation, I suppose, because of the non-existence of the East-West passage.
That's right, yeah.
As what Australia and the United States proposed. So do we submit it now, or do we wait for? Yes.
I would say that you complete the process. You have all the experts there, and you have experts here, and Hernando and my team that handle the IMO. Remember, this is a body that does not tolerate newcomers coming in. So, I mean, everyone who works here has had a long experience. It's not because they are promoted to a certain rank. It's because they've had long experience and it's familiar to the IMO. So when we are ready, whether we should wait to have it passed by Congress and signed by the President or not, is something that really I've always felt as an elected member of Congress before, that this is a matter that lies entirely within the discretion and wisdom of the elected representatives, senators and congressmen.
Ambassador, perhaps from your two colleagues,
Yes.
if they can just apprise and educate this committee as to the real definition of normal passage routes, which is non-existent insofar as existing laws are concerned, because this committee is
There's no definition.
thinking right now that if we fail to designate a passageway that is being used as a normal passage route, there might be complications because originally the Philippine Coast Guard proposed 11 routes then it has been reduced to 3. What if the deleted 9 passageways are considered as the normal passage routes? So would this produce any conflict, considering that we don't have any exact legal definition or document that would show the definition of said
Normal
words?
passage.
Yes.
Your Excellency, Mr. Senator, what I think is, one, I think we're entitled to tell to the best of our, I believe the Coast Guard and the navigation authorities in the Philippines would know what are the normal passage routes. Because we must be monitoring them. So just the accumulation of data as to what are the routes taken. In the case of Indonesia, the mistake was rather severe because it was only north-south. It was there were no indications of east-west coordinates. So we will be complete in that regard. We will learn from Indonesia's experience and provide as much data as it is. And if the IMO starts presenting a moving target, we will not allow that. We will object. We have a record of passages from normal navigation. That's certainly our Coast Guard should certainly have that, and is what we will submit. And if anybody wants
Thank
to
you,
add
Ambassador.
more, yeah, the onus is on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. While you're there, can I ask the Coast Guard? In UK, they have this British Admiralty chart. In the United States, they have the United States Hydrography. Indonesia, they have their Indonesian Navy Hydro-Oceanography Office. Do we have a counterpart office or unit here in the Philippines? If we have one, Coast Guard?
Sir, I believe what we have is the NAMRIA, sir. NAMRIA, sir, as far as hydrographic survey is concerned.
NAMRIA.
It's the NAMRIA's function, sir.
So NAMRIA would be the appropriate office to produce a chart, an illustrative chart that would show our normal passage route. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so.
And has NAMRIA produced that? Is NAMRIA here? Wala. Attorney Batumbakal, to your knowledge, meron ba ang NAMRIA? Can we claim to have our own chart, Admiralty chart?
Well, yes, sir. NAMRIA has been producing all of the charts that are necessary at all the scales needed internationally.
Normal passage route.
For normal passage routes, what I remember is that during the technical working group activities that were had some years ago, NAMRIA did produce a chart which indicated the routes through the archipelago, which they believed were the normally routes used normally for international navigation. But that was for the purposes of the technical discussion.
Yes,
only.
and were these routes, the charts submitted to the IMO?
No, sir.
So we don't have any chart, we don't have any Admiralty chart submitted to the IMO that would more or less be akin to what the British, the United States, and the Indonesian Navy has done.
Not
so
yet,
far.
sir. The closest would be the
A
chart that
technical working
accompanied
group.
the proposal submitted to the IMO. That would be the closest thing, but an official final chart, not yet, because that requires the adoption.
Adoption by?
The adoption process to be completed through the
Adoption
IMO. Sir. By the IMO, sir. The
So,
designation and adoption consultation process with the IMO to be completed.
Ambassador Locsin, do you think it's now
Yes.
time for the Philippines to submit our own charts?
Well, what I would say is that yes, apparently it's still anecdotal, our charts, but we should prepare. NAMRIA should prepare it. I had a long history with the NAMRIA before. When I worked with Don Enrique Zobel, he helped establish that body. And in looking at our own version of what are normal passages, we should consult the US, UK, and the Indonesian charts as well. And that way we avoid any unnecessary conflict or disagreement. So let's get as comprehensive a knowledge of what these charts are by major naval maritime powers. And then we see, and in comparing ours with theirs and perhaps adapting theirs, we then take into consideration our own special security and maritime concerns. But to the extent possible, I think in navigation and the history of maritime history, precedent is important because familiarity with routes is actually the heart of navigation. On top of which, the history of navigation is well documented, including in the book that I shall send to you. The bodies that have done it, from the time of sailing to steam to what you have today, fossil fuel navigation. So it's all there. It just needs to get written down and studied. And the faster, the better. Because if June is too early for us, we may have missed that. So what? But if we finish everything by the next June, then we are complete, and we will also be able to anticipate how other countries and great naval powers will say, "Hey, this does not include our normal routes of passage. Why don't we do it? Either they have it or they don't." And we shouldn't allow them to present moving targets. I think it's all there. I can get that from the United States.
Thank you, Ambassador. May we ask DOJ, do we, again, lingering question, do we submit a chart simultaneously with this consolidated bills, or do we wait for the designation by the President of the three proposed ASLs, or are we bound by the three charts as mentioned by the good ambassador? Because my thinking is how can we compare something which is not yet in existence? How can we compare an unexisting hydrography chart of the Philippines which has yet to be finished by the NAMRIA? How can we compare that with Indonesia's or the United States or the British chart, hydrography chart? So, on a horse before the cart before the horse. DOJ, your opinion on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to this chart, if you take a look at the IMO regulation and ISLs, Mr. Chair, the general provisions on the adoption, designation, and substitution of archipelagic sea lanes, there is a provision there that says that after your proposed ASLs have been adopted at the IMO level, then you can proceed to designate your sea lanes together with the coordinates, of course, you fix the coordinates, and then you inform the IMO of these coordinates. So in other words, you submit the chart, Mr. Chair, with the coordinates to the IMO. Then 6 months after that, the sea lanes can now take effect. So I would say, Mr. Chair, that you submit the chart to IMO once your proposed sea lanes have been favorably acted upon by the IMO already, and you have already fixed it in your own domestic regulations, Mr. Chair. This sea lanes, the coordinates of the sea lanes. Kasi ano po yung ilalagay mo sa charts mo, yung mga coordinates kung hindi pa na-fix po, Mr. Chair.
But I'm referring to the normal passage routes, which would definitely be not included in your three ASLs, except if one or two would overlap.
Oh, so with respect to the normal passage routes, I don't think we put that in our in the chart that we're going to submit to IMO. Because when you say normal passage routes, it would be normal sea lanes, Mr. Chair. And normal sea lanes, you don't submit it to IMO anymore. It's just a matter of domestic issuance, Mr. Chair. Ito pong mga normal sea lanes as opposed or compared to archipelagic sea lanes that would need an international procedure and consultation with user states. So yung mga ibang normal passage routes, pwede pong normal sea lanes lang yon na hindi na kailangan isubmit sa
Let me highlight Article 3.5 of the General Provisions 1998, it sets out that the IMO retains continuing jurisdiction over the process of adopting archipelagic sea lanes until such time that the sea lanes, including all normal passage routes, have been adopted. So magkakasama talaga sila. I understand Secretary Locsin is trying to recognize. You recognize, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Senator, I precisely, when we make our submission, this will be the charts, and the charts will have everything there already, because I don't believe the IMO, nor would I even bother the IMO to ask for a blanket authority to draw our routes, our ALSs, only after they've already given us authority to do it. No, we do it. We show them what we want, and it is that which they approve. Because I can't imagine them giving carte blanche to any member. So, where is the harm? We should have our own record of what our normal routes of passage for maritime navigation. That should be there. And then we should compare it with UK and US, because those are of universal application. The Americans, the British, Indonesia, and other maritime countries will not make up these things, because upon it rests the safety of the maritime industry. So that's solid. And we should have that in our submission along with our proposals to replace them, to add to them, but not replace them, because as you can see, when they are inadequately described, Indonesia's proposal was cut down. Let's be as comprehensive as possible. Where's the harm?
Ambassador,
We make a complete
what
case.
you're suggesting is we do away with the Indonesian experience of having a partial archipelagic sea lanes adopted.
Yes.
So, isang bagsak na lang. Probably that's the tenor of the thesis of Secretary Locsin. DOJ, is that the appropriate methodology here?
Yes.
We approve the bill, becomes a law, authorize the president to designate the 3 sea lanes with the coordinates, submit the same to the IMO in its entirety, the complete package, and then our IMO representative, presumably the good ambassador, would sit down and have this scheduled for adoption by the IMO.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know the details of the procedure, but once we do submit our proposal, of course, we need to attach some charts to show the proposed routes or sea lanes, Mr. Chair. So pwede naman po, we can attach the charts already. And we can defend before the IMO that this is already a complete system of archipelagic sea lanes, these 3 sea lanes, Mr. Chair.
Then again, the president's delegated authority can always be invoked, that in case IMO would not accept this designated sea lane, it can still be changed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the unified executive position, Mr. Chair, that the president should be given flexibility in fixing the coordinates of the sea lanes. So although Congress can determine in general where the sea lanes will be, it is the president who would fix the actual coordinates, Mr. Chair, because of there might be a need to change some of the coordinates after consultation with IMO. But the sea lanes, where the sea lanes should be, has been determined already in advance by Congress, taking into consideration national security and protection of the marine environment, safety of navigation, and risk of pollution, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, DOJ. Ambassador Locsin, you're raising your hand.
Yes, she's perfectly right. What we provide residual power to the president to make amendments or to add to designate the sea lanes. I think an initial designation is what we're trying to avoid is having to go back to Congress. So the president, we make a submission including the president's designation of the 3, as you put it, the 3 sea lanes, and then if in the course of arguing this case for adoption by the IMO, we encounter objections. Those objections can easily be met because you have wisely provided that the president can make amendments. So why not?
Yeah,
But
thank you,
really,
Ambassador.
when we go to Congress, when we go to the IMO, we better be complete with all our charts, as if that was the last demand we were making, request we were making. Then we can change in the course of negotiations.
So in effect, Ms. Ambassador, after the adoption by the IMO of whatever legislative output this committee is trying to produce, and it becomes a law, would it be considered as a standalone legal document that would no longer need the ratification or approval of the Senate? So it's complete in itself after being adopted by an international body. It will not be considered as a specie of a treaty that would be referred back to the Senate for its concurrence. No more? Wala na?
I would think not. You have wisely included the residual power of the president to make amendments. But the initial proposal that we will submit should be complete, including the first designations. And if we meet some obstacles, some opposition, then those adjustments can be made without having to re-legislate it, getting a congressional amendment. There's no harm in that. And I believe in these matters, because they involve the rest of the world, to be forthright, to be complete and open is in our favor. It shows our sincerity. And if they are not sincere on the other side, well, I think then we can complain and it would discredit them. But holding anything back is would be foolish.
Thank you, Ambassador. Just one question, but germane to our discussion before I ask the DOJ and the National Security Council to have their presentations, and we can let you go and you can have your breakfast in London. Just one lingering question again. There is a legal committee within the IMO, and the submission of whatever we're doing right now would be submitted to the safety committee. This is a different committee, but there is a different committee. It's called the legal committee, and
This is where
I would, if your colleagues would be interested in educating this committee, I would want to know the real definition insofar as one of the functions of the legal committee would be concerned, and it has something to do with environmental terrorism. Can one of your able colleagues
Yes.
seated, I envy your position. You're seated between two ladies. Can one of them educate us as to the real meaning of environmental terrorism insofar as the International Maritime Organization is concerned?
So I don't think what I can do is write you. So far as I know, I can imagine terrorism as a factor, and that has already been addressed even by us and ASEAN. I can tell you about that very briefly. But environmental terrorism is a new concept. I don't know. That must be, as terrorism, a deliberate destruction of the environment. Whether a negligent one, like the oil spills that we have suffered, as well as the rest of the Indian Ocean. Well, I don't know if you can qualify that as terrorism, because I don't see what would be so far as I know, that environmental terrorism seems. Even the accident in Chernobyl was not.
Let me cite the correct phrase here. The legal committee is an organ responsible for the treaties related to the suppression of unlawful acts against the safety of Maritime Navigation, which address among others, environmental terrorism. And this is a broad function of the legal committee of the International Maritime Organization, which caught the attention of this committee. Because a lot of things are happening right now, and if you refer this to an incident which happened 72 hours ago, Philippine Coast Guard can probably amplify this. Something happened a few days ago in our Bajo de Masinloc. The utilization of cyanide. Can this be considered as environmental terrorism? Depriving fishermen of their catch. This is a long story, perhaps unrelated to our discussion right now. I'm just trying to connect this with the function of the International Maritime Organization, since they have a legal committee which is supposed to cover, among others, environmental terrorism. It can be answered today, it can be answered tomorrow. Secretary Locsin.
If I may venture, well, I think
Yes.
if it is environmental, then I suppose recklessness on the part of the polluter would, in an exaggerated way but not inaccurate, be terrorism of a sort. It's the recklessness of allowing cyanide to be spilled. Yes, it falls within that purview. And by the way, as I said, when we submit this, our ASLs, we are obliged to show them that we can protect maritime safety, and we have the means, the boats, the ports, etc., to protect maritime, to enhance maritime safety in the routes, and also to protect the environment over which those boats pass, which means we can monitor cargo ships as they pass those waters. We're going to have to invest quite a lot, but all of those investments are way overdue. And that's the beauty of the ASL bill and law.
Ambassador,
It's comprehensive.
we recognize your statement hand in hand with the soon to be a year-old commemorative. We're going to have a commemorative event concerning the Mindoro oil spill. And I understand the MT Express were found, the owners were found liable in that tragic oil spill which happened a year ago. Thank you for clarifying, Secretary Locsin. I think it's about time for the National Security Council and the DOJ. Secretary Locsin and your colleagues, we can dismiss you. I know you had I know you lack sleep. It's now what time in London?
That's about 5:30.
5:30.
5:50. I'm sorry, 5:54, almost 6. But we all had a good night's rest. I can assure you, we were preparing for this because I'm so happy that this is happening.
So I surmise, Secretary Locsin, that you'll be providing this committee that your exact words, the notes that you referred to a while ago, if that can be submitted to this committee, although our stenographers were able to catch word by word. Yeah, Secretary Locsin.
Yeah, so I sent you a copy of the statement just now. It's there.
Duly received.
I hope it is provided to all the members of the committee. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So we thank the good secretary, our ambassador to the United Kingdom, to the Court of St. James, and we thank you for your service. The committee will now dispense with your honor's presence. We thank you once again, and it has been of good help to this committee as we proceed to the adoption of the Archipelagic Sea Lanes bill. And we hope that even after its passage, you will be on top of the situation because you are still our representative to the International Maritime Organization. And this is a very, very critical piece of legislation which we hope to pass soonest. And we hope to get the IMO's imprimatur soonest likewise. Thank you, Secretary Locsin. Thank you to
Thank you
your
very much,
colleagues,
sir.
and good morning to you, Good day in London.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
May we now have the National Security Council for their presentation?
Kailangan mo na. That's secret.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During the last meeting, we were asked to present the water to land
Yes,
ratio.
can we have that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do you have a PowerPoint or what?
Yeah, we prepared a PowerPoint presentation for that subject, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Chairperson, Senator Francis N. Tolentino, and the rest of the members of the Senate Special Committee on the Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones. We thank you for inviting the National Task Force for West Philippine Sea to provide the illustrative presentation of the Philippine map with regards to water-land ratio. As shown on the screen, the water area is 586,485.07 square kilometers, while the land area is 2,995,447.18 square kilometers, making the water to land ratio of 2:1, compliant to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, Article 47.1, which allows ratio between 1:1 and 9:1. As projected, the land area is in yellow portion, and the archipelagic waters are represented by those diagonal stripes. The archipelagic baseline system of the Philippines is composed of 101 line segments. The pink innermost line in the inverted triangle, as shown in the map, it includes all the Philippines' main islands and does not include the Bajo de Masinloc, which is the Scarborough Shoal, and the Kalayaan Island Group, the KIG. The three green lines in the illustration are the line segments from 11 to 12, 46 to 47, and 82 to 83, which exceed 100 nautical miles but not more than 125 nautical miles, making our system completely consistent in the Article 47.2. Further, these three line segments only comprise 2.97% of the total number of segments in the Philippine map.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
DDG, how would you characterize the broken lines emanating from the western portion of North Borneo?
That's supposedly a description of our exclusive economic zone, Mr. Chair, but these haven't yet being negotiated with our neighboring country, Mr. Chair. What about
the blue or violet lines?
That's blue actually, Mr.
Blue,
Chair.
blue.
That's with the Indonesia and Philippines.
Yeah, south of Mindanao.
Yes,
These are
Mr.
still subject to negotiations.
I believe that was already
Signed.
by both countries, Mr.
So
Chair.
if it is a blue line, it has now been acknowledged by our neighbors. If it is a dotted line, what is the correct description?
This
Subject to negotiations.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chair.
that would include the portion north of the Philippines, near Taiwan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
To continue, Mr. Chair, these three line segments only comprise 2.97% of the total number of segments in the Philippine map, biddable to the maximum allowable percentage by the UNCLOS, which is 3%. That ends my illustrative presentation, Mr. Chair.
What you're saying is that through this presentation, we're compliant.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Batumbakal, we're compliant. We're compliant.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
DOJ, you have a presentation. Nothing confidential.
I know, Mr. Chair, we don't have a PowerPoint, but we did include in our position paper the two assignments that you gave us last hearing. First, with respect to the 19 rules of Indonesia with respect to their archipelagic sea lanes, and a formulation with respect to the conduct of military exercises in our archipelagic waters. Mr. Chair.
Presentation now.
No, I did not. We did not put it in a PowerPoint, but it's in our position paper already, Mr. I can read that particular
Yes, you can
portion.
annotate. You can annotate. How long will that last?
No, very quick, Mr. Chair. First, with respect to the 19 rules of Indonesia.
Yes, can you have that flash on the screen?
Maybe the position paper can be flashed on the screen. That's all right, Mr. Chair.
Secretary? The NSC, can you flash back NSC's original map? Secretary, yung map kanina ng NSC, PowerPoint. Yung kanina. Pati yung thank you nyo, parang mapa rin. Ayan. Any conflict, overlap, legal, or otherwise, insofar as the western dotted lines are concerned, in the position paper of DOJ. Any conflict? Wala.
Wala.
Because we're referring to the archipelagic sea lanes.
Yes, we're referring to the sea lanes that would pass through or traverse our archipelagic waters. That would be the waters between the islands of the archipelago. But with respect to the dotted line, Mr. Chair, that is the extent of our exclusive economic zone. So our sea lanes are in the archipelagic waters, not in the exclusive economic zone. Mr. Chair.
What about the east-west passage issue raised by the United States and Australia? How would it conflict with our proposed sea lanes? Is there a possibility of that having an overlap as well?
There will be no overlap, Mr. Chair, because that east-west corridor that the US,
Saan yun
Australia,
dito?
and
Dito ba
other
yung-
states would be in the Indonesian archipelagic waters, Mr. Chair.
So what about the blue lines?
The blue lines would be the extent of our exclusive economic zone in the Celebes Sea, Mr. Chair, because in the Celebes Sea, there is an overlapping exclusive economic zones between Philippines and Indonesia. So we negotiated with Indonesia pursuant to Article 74 of UNCLOS for the
So
delimitation
there would
of
be
the
no
east.
overlap, there would be no conflict insofar as the issues raised before by Australia and the United States. That
No,
will be compliant as well.
no issue with us on the
No.
east-west corridor, because we do have in our 3 sea lanes, Mr. Chair, we have an east-west corridor already.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
I provided a map of the proposed archipelagic sea lanes. Can you please flash
Flash
the
that.
map, the second presentation? There's the 3 proposed archipelagic sea lanes on that map, Mr. Chair, which doesn't affect the.
Can you flash that? Can you enlarge that? So can you annotate, NSC? Pwede bang palakihin pa to? Okay. Pwede palakihin pa? Pwede. Can we, oops, sumobra naman. Can you focus that a little bit? So, where is sea lane number 1, sea lane number 2, sea lane number 3?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the proposed sea lane, if you notice, that's on the northern part. That is the Philippine Sea Balintang Channel to West Philippine Sea that crosses east to west. Then the second archipelago.
Addresses the Indonesian issue.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Two,
Number 2 is the Celebes Sea, Cebutu Passage, and the Sulu Sea, Cuyo East past Mindoro Strait to West Philippine Sea. That's the one from south going out to northwest, Mr. Chair. The number 2.
o alin po yon, to be clear?
No, north to south, Mr. Chair. That's the number 2.
Can someone, yes, may pointer naman pala tayo. Ito,
Yeah.
may pointer
It's
ho
the
tayo.
same, sir. That's the south to north or north to south.
That's the,
Number 2, archipelagic sea lanes.
so how do you call that now? How do you name that?
What we named that, Mr. Chair, it's the Celebes Sea, which is down here is Celebes Sea, the Sulu, the Cebutu Passage, Sulu Sea. Somewhere here it's the Cuyo and the Mindoro Strait.
Cuyo is part of Palawan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and the Mindoro Strait.
Mindoro Strait.
Yes, that's in between Cuyo and Mindoro Strait, Mr. Chair.
And that would be near,
Our north-south passage.
would that be near the Verde Island Passage?
A little bit far, Mr. Chair.
Malayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then the third,
The third, this is the Celebes Sea, the Basilan Strait, is Basilan here, in between Zamboanga and Basilan. Then the Sulu Sea, and then Nasubata Channel. This is down here, Mr. Chair, and the Balabac Strait to West Philippine Sea. Yes, Mr. Chair. Balabac, Municipality of Balabac.
the description of a sea lane would require a continuous, non-suspended journey
Yes,
between 2 points.
I'll just show you a bigger.
Ay, wala nga ako eh. Thank you, thank you. So the definition, correct me, Attorney Batong Bakal, if I'm wrong, is that this has to be a continuous sojourn,
Continuous and expeditious passage.
between 2 points. So that means to say, if you're utilizing ASL number 2, that would be from the point near Cuyo going down to Celebes. Tama, okay. And the same is true with the Cebutu. What's the farthest point? Balabac, because we're now referring to other definitions that would include an EEZ to another EEZ, which is part really of the definition. So it can go beyond is this a blue line or violet line? Violet ang tingin ko rito eh. Itong enclosure, yung archipelagic, yung baseline natin. So,
That's the archipelagic water,
yes,
Mr.
so
Chair.
it can go beyond. It can come, the vessel can come from within our exclusive economic zone and going to perhaps the exclusive economic zone of Indonesia. That's the definition. Okay. So my question is this, my dear resource persons. If the definition as mentioned by Attorney J. Batumbakal would encompass what's that again? An
Continuous and
expeditious,
expeditious.
continuous and expeditious passage. Could that refer likewise to a point coming from Cuyo and going to Celebes? Turn left? Or could that also include a passageway coming from Cebutu and going to Celebes? Not necessarily your straight line from point A to point B. If I will diagram C lane number 2 as B to C and C lane number 3 as C to D, could a utilization of an archipelagic sea lane include point C to point E or point D? And that would probably have a follow-up question when we refer to the Balintang Channel, if that is point A to B. Can I utilize point D and reach point B if it is going to be an expeditious passage? Or does it have to refer just to point the Cuyo going to the Celebes point? Naintindihan nyo? Pwede ba akong lumiko? Pwede ba akong kumanan? Pwede ba akong kumaliwa? Utilizing the passageway? Any intellectual answer would be appreciated. Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Captain Tanseco, sir, from the Philippine Coast Guard. Just to give a better context, sir, on how mariners would traverse our archipelagic sea lane once passed, sir. For one, number 3, sir, which is the southernmost passage, would be utilized by vessels coming out of Saipan, Guam, going to Singapore. So coming from the eastern portion, Pacific side, they will traverse south of our country, south of Mindanao, passing through the entry for the third or number 3 archipelagic sea lanes, all the way going to Malacca Strait in Singapore. So this is a normal trade route that would be followed, sir. Now, the number 2 would be vessels coming out of Thailand, Vietnam, going to Indonesia, which is the north to south passage, which is number 2. Now, the last meeting's discussion on Balintang Channel will be taken by vessels coming out of Malacca Strait, of coming out of Singapore, going to either Taiwan, going to either Japan, Korea, and China as well, sir, because of their northern port in Dalian, China. So that's a passageway. Now, your question, can a vessel deviate or make a turn? Certainly, sir. And we will provide a system for the vessels to do that. This is called the traffic separation scheme. Just like what you have in a highway, we will designate TSS wherein vessels can utilize the TSS normal passage, which will be indicated in our chart once submitted to IMO, that vessels can use to safely transition from one route to another, either going north to south or taking another part of the archipelagic sea lanes passage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So the answer is yes, except perhaps the practicality of using ASL number 1. If you're coming from the western side of the Pacific and going to the South China Sea, you have to exit the South China Sea and re-enter ASL number 2 near the Cuyo Point. Tama? So, would that deviate from your normal definition as what Attorney Batumbakal said, expeditious? What's the other word again?
Continuous expeditious.
Continuous expeditious.
And unobstructed, actually.
Is it going to be continuous if you turn right? Because there will no longer be a traffic separator scheme if you come from the western side of the Pacific going to South China Sea, and I'm now referring to ASL number 1. Who will answer? Galing ako sa western side. Tumawid ako dun sa Balintang Channel. Biglang bumaba ako dun sa Cuyo. Papunta akong Celebes. Pwede? O baka pumasok na ako dito sa gilid ng Zambales. Dire-diretso na ako doon. Baybay dagat na ako. For the record, can that be done?
Sir, sorry po, sir. If I would like to...
Hindi ko lang maituro kasi wala akong
Yes, sir.
ilaw-ilaw dito eh.
If I may, sir.
Can you get that for me? Naintindihan nyo naman? Ginugulo ko lang yung usapan eh. Kasi baka may magtanong and this will form part of the legislative history. O ba tayo, mandar? Yun. So galing ako dito, Western Pacific, tumawid ako, pumasok ko dito sa Cuyo, sabi mo, okay. Ito mga ganito, okay lang to, may traffic separator ka. Galing ako ngayon dito, nalayuan ako dito, Dito ako nang gilid-gilid sa Zambales. Sumute tuloy ako doon sa Cuyo, labas naman ako rito. Ha? Walang ano dito. Walang ASL dito. Yun, nandun.
Sir.
Pero pagilid-gilid ako sa Lingayen, daan pa ako ng gilid ng Manila Bay, baba pa ako ng Cavite City, punta ako na Sugbo, o baba ako Cuyo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Mr. Chair, if it is outside our baseline, archipelagic waters, there's no need for us to designate an archipelagic sea lane. Normally, with your question po, sir, a vessel would normally do that, sir. They're allowed to do so.
For purposes of national security, any concern?
Definitely, if for purpose of national security, it will be a concern when they are already traversing at the territorial waters. But if they are not traversing the territorial waters, they have the right of innocent passage, even inside the territorial waters, as long they're going to traverse in a normal mode, Mr. Chair.
Wala? Okay lang sa ano? Okay lang sa definitions natin?
Mr. Chair.
Si MacArthur, dito lumanding ha? Yan, Lingayen, no?
Mr. Chair.
Yan si
If I may-
MacArthur. Dito yung mga barko namin sa Ternate, Cavite, yung mga galleon, dyan nagpa banjing. Attorney Batumbakal, you're saying something?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, it's being done. If I may ask the Secretary to just flash, I think this is slide number 1 that I provided. This is to give us an idea of what we're trying to manage, really. So this is a screenshot of a density map of ship passage through this area in 2022, so for the whole year. And so based on the color, you see how many ships pass through that route. So upwards of 2,000 in the reddest part, no? But this is for the entire year. So you see the route you're describing, Mr. Chair, is actually fairly common. You see the redness through the upper part of Luzon, and then along the side, and then going down north-south. So this indicates to us the intensity of traffic. Now that's normal, I think, because especially during times when ships are trying to shelter from inclement weather coming from the east, no, during typhoon season, they would try to do that when they're trying to reach down south. So this also shows us
Do we have if I may interrupt you, Attorney Batumbakal, do we have a version of this? Perhaps a simulation of what's going to happen once we adopt the 3 lanes. Will it be constricted in one passageway? Will it be clearer? Will it be less reddish? Will it be more visible to the naked eye? The maps below, Attorney Batumbakal. Meron ba tayong projection na ganon? Ano yung mangyayari pag in-adapt natin yung ASL? Mawala na to.
Hindi naman, sir. For one thing, we don't have the numbers for that. Second, the ASLs actually cannot use to radically alter or limit the foreign vessel passage to only a few routes within the archipelago. Neither will it affect the passage of vessels outside the archipelago. So this is not like in traffic management within an LGU where you can block roads and stuff like that. This one, what will happen really is that ASLs will affect primarily military vessels and aircraft. Commercial vessels, those will still continue. They will still use innocent passage, and those are already manageable through existing IMO rules and conventions. So the Coast Guard just needs additional assets, perhaps, and surveillance equipment to properly monitor all the commercial vessel traffic. It's really military traffic that will be affected by the ASLs.
That the DOJ, military traffic tayo, except submarines.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Except
because
submarines.
submarines, well, once you have designated the archipelagic sea lanes, the you will not see the submarines anymore because Archipelagic Sea Lanes passage is passage in the normal mode, Mr. Chair. But if the submarine is in our territorial sea, it's required under UNCLOS to navigate on the surface and show its flag. But if it's Archipelagic Sea Lanes passage, it's submerged because that's the normal mode. But outside of the sea lanes, Mr. Chair, if we have 3 sea lanes only, if the submarines navigate outside of the archipelagic sea lane, it can be required to navigate on the surface and show its flag because the navigational right that is applicable outside of the archipelagic sea lanes would be the right of innocent passage, Mr. Chair. And if it's right of innocent passage, we can require submarines to navigate on the surface and show its flag, Mr. Chair.
The submarines, do we have the necessary wherewithal, aside from your usual challenges? Do we have the submerged sensors that would enable the Coast Guard, the Philippine Navy to detect whether, as we speak right now, there might be submarines. There might be submarines submerged out there. Ang nakikita lang natin yung mga Chinese Coast Guards floating. But the submarines cannot be seen, di ba?
So, Chair. Yes, sir.
Yes, Attorney.
Yes, sir. No, first of all, I believe the AFP and the Navy have been developing the anti-submarine warfare capability. So we have some assets already, like some of the latest helicopters of the Navy are designed for that. And I know that the latest frigates have those equipment and they're now constantly developing the capability. So soon we will have that. And even with the Marine Science Institute of UP, I remember during our research trip to Pag-asa Island in 2021, they were proposing that we can actually already put in place listening devices to record things like this. Now, and then number 2, the other thing that we have with our advantage is that if you look at the archipelago, there are actually only 7 places, 7 entry and exit points into and out of our archipelagic waters. So those are the points at which we can then have these types of devices so that if anything, they do anything wrong, we can probably also catch them either, in any one of these exit points. So that's where our capability building has to come in. So it's not just a matter of designating sea lanes. We also have to ensure, as Ambassador Locsin mentioned, we have to also ensure that we accompany that with the capabilities to really enforce the sea lanes.
Anything more? Coast Guard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to the previous position of the Coast Guard, sir, not only will we ensure the marine pollution response as well as safety, but also the security of vessels passing through our dedicated sea lanes once passed. A major requirement for commercial vessels passing through our ASL is for their AIS system or the automatic identification system to be turned on at all times, 24/7 once they're inside. So once we have radar stations, traffic separation schemes, vessel traffic information system in place in our designated archipelagic sea lanes, then we can better monitor those vessels going dark or turning off their AIS once they're inside our archipelagic sea lanes dedicated area, Mr. Chair. So that would better focus our resources, our personnel as well. And at the end of the day, sir, we can use the commercial vessels passing through the ASL with their AIS on to verify other vessels within the vicinity if these vessels are indeed turning black or turning off their AIS. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other? I understand we have Professor Beckman. Professor Beckman, are you still around? I'm sorry, we were not able to recognize your... Yes, Professor Beckman. Can you unmute? Professor Beckman?
I'm sorry, my sound is coming on and off intermittently, but hopefully, is there a precise question I would you'd like me to answer? Otherwise, I would make a few general points.
Yes, just one, which I also raised a few minutes ago, and I was specifically asking about the normal passage routes. Would the tentativity of submitting an incomplete, non-complete, loaded with presidential flexibility in terms of changing the coordinates be taken against a submitting state, making us more hesitant to provide the IMO what we really need in terms of specificity? Would that be taken against us, Professor? Because what will we be submitting would definitely be a work in progress, not yet the final document that would be approved by the International Maritime Organization.
Yeah, I would urge you to look at the resolution of the Maritime Safety Committee passed in 1969, which provides the procedures for the designation of archipelagic sea lanes. And to me, it makes it clear that you are first to consult with users, then you are to make a submission to the IMO. After the IMO approves it, then are you to pass legislation. So I think this should be taken into account, and you should.
Can we have that again, Professor?
According to the
first step, the 1969 resolution?
MSC 69-22-Addendum 1. It sets out the procedure for the adoption of archipelagic sea lanes adopted by the Maritime Safety Committee of the IMO. The procedure they set out is you are first to consult with user states, then you are to make a formal proposal to the IMO, and that would go, I believe, to the Navigational Safety Committee, but probably to the Subcommittee on Navigation Search and Rescue, NCSR. And then after it is adopted by the IMO, then you are to pass legislation making it part of Singapore law, sort of Philippine law. So I think that I would encourage you to try to, perhaps you can be authorizing the president to go through the executive, make the proposal, but then it should come back to the legislature for the final approval. That is the way I read the regulations of the Maritime Safety Committee. I'm happy to send that to you. I sent it to your attorney that contacted me, that particular document.
Yes, Professor Beckman.
And as I said last time, my final point, because I have to go to class, is that you're thinking you're on the right track in the sense that the three lanes that you are proposing will be used primarily exceptions to the normal rules. That means foreign aircraft, military aircraft can fly over those without getting your consent, and submarines can navigate submerged. And therefore it is a national security issue. But if you have the correct sensors, you will then know where the foreign submarines are passing through submerged. But that's what I think you should think about. You should also think about the normal route of the ships that are going through the Lombok Strait and Makassar Strait in Singapore, and then Makassar Strait in Indonesia, then up to Indonesia or up to the Philippines, because that strait is likely to become more important if the capital of Indonesia moves to the new capital.
Professor, can you repeat the last sentence?
Which you want me to repeat?
The last sentence concerning Indonesia?
The last sentence. All right. The Indonesians, are thinking of moving their capital to East Kalimantan. If that new capital moves, the likelihood in the future is that more ships will be passing through the Lombok and Makassar Straits and then coming up to the Philippines. Now, whether they go south of the Philippines or whether they go through the Philippines, I think that is, you must make certain that the route you propose would probably be able to handle that traffic. And of course,
It's the
what
blue
you're
line I
talking
was
about is
referring to a while ago.
military vessels.
Go ahead, Professor.
Sorry, you have another question? Otherwise,
No. Go ahead.
no. So my main point is, I would encourage you to look at the resolution setting out the procedures, and the complication as I listened to your testimony today seems to be you want to pass the law first, where the IMO seems to assume you go to them and request adoption before you pass the legislation. So I would encourage you to consult with people at the IMO, at the Maritime Safety Committee, before you enact legislation. What you may want to do is authorize the president or the executive to propose and then somehow work it out that it's adopted formally by the Senate and House later. But it's something I think your lawyers probably know far more than I do in terms of how you will do that within the Philippine constitutional framework.
Thank you, Professor Beckman. Very enlightening, especially the proposed transfer to a new capital. I was referring to that straight blue line a while ago. Attorney De Vega from the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for joining us, even if you have classes.
Just a few comments, sir. The presence of our ambassador in London, even at 5 a.m., shows the DFA's commitment to this bill and to the needs of the country and the bills that are being considered by the Senate. It's a sign of our respect for your chairmanship and what we're trying to do here. Number two, all these issues that we discussed were already discussed in an exhaustive interagency process, which led in 2019 to our creating a common executive position. And so we advocate a parallel approach. And the reason why we're advocating this parallel approach is that we just want the president to already have the authority to finalize the coordinates of the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Passage. In other words, we're not already determining the final coordinates before we pass it to the IMO, which appears to be the concern of Professor Beckman. No, but we're giving him the authority such that when the IMO finally comes to agreement with us, and of course, that may include, for example, setting up in detail things like the lane and traffic separation schemes and other issues, so forth, then there will be no more need for another legislation. There's no need for a ratification or anything here, or the concurrence ratification. We're not dealing with an international agreement such as that between states or multilateral. It's just the approval of the IMO of what we hope to be the final sea lanes passages. So we strongly believe that we are on the right track on this. You could see from Ambassador Locsin how pleased he is that the process is moving. And as for security concerns, we have full faith in the abilities of our defense forces to defend the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you likewise, Professor Beckman, for your inputs. I think we have, I agree with the Department of Foreign Affairs. We have exhausted all possible academic and practical discussions concerning this since 2009. And I think it's about time that we move forward, crafting a measure that would be, as suggested by the good professor, be likewise submitted to the International Maritime Organization, hand in hand with the current legislative intent and the geopolitical situation we are facing right now. So the sentiment of the committee, and I speak for the other members of this committee, is to form a technical working group that would consolidate the 5 measures, including the 6th measure coming from the House of Representatives, which was just approved last month. That's House Bill 9034, calling for the adoption of the Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes, and thereafter proceed with the next step, which is the submission to the Senate's plenary. So the chair is now inclined to form a technical working group to be composed of the Department of Justice, Department of Foreign Affairs, National Security Council, the NAMRIA, and if Attorney Jay Batombakal would be willing to join to fine-tune the 5 or 6 measures into a substitute consolidated bill, we will be moving forward with the wind on our back, supported by the intellectual submissions to this committee by our resource persons, Professors Stuart Kay, Robert Beckman. We owe you a lot, and of course the wisdom coming from Secretary Locsin, and to have a finite product that would be submitted to the Senate for its plenary approval. So having, yes, Coast Guard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. May we also be included, sir, in the TWG?
Yes, of course. I
Thank you,
forgot
sir.
to
Thank you,
mention
sir.
Coast Guard
Thank you, sir.
because I was supposed to mention you last. So Coast Guard will be included, and then we look forward to a March final submission of the consolidated measure, perhaps before the Holy Week. Madali na lang to. Madali na lang to. Yung last submission lang is the version of the House. So without objection on the part of my colleagues, the measures submitted will be consolidated into a single measure, and the proposed Archipelagic Sea Lanes law, with the modification that the President is given the delegated authority to revise device in accordance with the guidelines coming from the competent international organization, which is the IMO, is hereby approved, and the same will be subjected to the technical working group before being submitted to the Senate plenary for its final consideration and approval. I thank all the resource persons present here. We will see you again during the technical working group. So approved. Thank you. Pero si
Yes, thank you for joining us again today for our second press conference. Before we hear our House leaders, before we open the floor to the questions, may we hear first the opening remarks of the authors and the House Resolution of both Houses number 7.
Thank you. Yes. Dr. Gonzalez to deliver the blessing. Thank you, Manjo. Good afternoon, my friends in media. Of course, today, ako, kasama ang mga authors, Majority Leader, Manny Felipe, Deputy Speaker JJ, and Deputy Speaker and other House leaders and party leaders who are here this afternoon, magandang hapon. We filed this House number, resolution of both Houses number 7, entitled a resolution of both Houses of Congress proposing amendments to certain economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, particularly on Articles 12, 14, and 16, pursuant to Article 17, Section 1, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution, which provides the amended all provisions to the Constitution be made by Congress with 3/4 votes of all its members. Our President, Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., and our Speaker, House Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, and Senate President Juan Vic Zubiri agree that some economic provisions need to be relaxed. President Marcos Jr. said the 1987 Constitution was not written for a globalized world, and that's the way. That is where we are now. We have to adjust so that we can increase the economic activities in the Philippines. We can attract more foreign investors. He further said, allow me to make it clear the administration's position in introducing reforms for the Constitution extend to economic matters alone. For those strategically aimed and boosting our economy, nothing more. Speaker Romualdez, as a reaction, stated, at the risk of being persistent, we have been saying that we do not advocate any political amendment. He further stated that the President made it clear that these provisions hinder the entry of foreign investments and the potential for faster and inclusive economic growth, which in turn could translate into better life of every Filipino. While Senate President Vic Zubiri, together with Senators Loren Ligarda and Sanya Angara, filed Senate Resolution of both Houses number 6 proposing amendments to Article 12, Section 11 of the Constitution on ownership of franchise 6040, Article 14, Section 4 on education 6040, and Article 16, Section 11 on amending advertising industry 7030. It will give Congress the discretion to adjust the percentage of ownership of franchises, educational institutions, and advertising industries, pwede i-relax o pwede ding restrict. So on RBA's proposals are in toto with the RBA of the Senate. Pareho po ito, kailangan lang namin na pag-usapan ang mga proposed amendment at sabayan ang Senado para mapabilis ang proseso, lalo na sa target ng Senado, sabi ni Senate President Kings, the before holiday. So yan po, maraming salamat po sa aking lahat.
Thank you, SDS Long. Any more comment from our House leader? Okay, who would like to ask the first question? Yes, Big Sumintak from Net25.
Sir, with this filing of RBH number 7, hindi naman kayo naiinip sa Senado doon sa RBH 6 nila. Kaya kayo nag-file ng same content of the resolution. Hindi naiinip ang House of Representatives dahil hindi pa nila naipapasa yung kanila.
I think the proper word is our action now is in line with our counterpart in the Senate. While they already filed the RBH 6, while they already started conducting hearings, as a co-equal partner in Congress, we are doing this so we can already also start in the House hearing discussions on this matter.
Okay. Sir, just a follow-up.
Yeah.
Is it true that you are going to convene the plenary as committee of the whole in order to fast-track the passage of RBH number 7?
It remains to be seen. We'll wait for the action of the members of the House.
Okay, thank you.
If I may add, the word fast track is not proper. I think exhaustive is the key word here. The reason why we're doing this, whether we do it as a committee of the whole, is to exhaustively discuss this issue para mas malaman ng taong bayan talaga ano ba ang dinidiscuss.
Can you just add to what Congressman Elvin mentioned? With regard to sa tanong mo, I think it's also part of hastening the process. So as we all know, the Senate is conducting their own hearings, and we felt that it is also proper that the House will also conduct its own hearings. Yun na rin naman po yung mensahe ng ating Pangulo na dapat magkaroon ng healthy debate and discussion about charter amendments. So here in the House of Representatives, it is the intention of us as authors of the said resolution to foster healthy debate and discussion para mas maintindihan ng mga mamamayan at ng ating mga kababayan kung bakit nararapat ito para sa ating bansa at kung bakit naaayon na po ito sa kanila.
Dagdagan ko lang din yung sinabi natin mga kasama. Well, of course, napaka-importante na ito ay pag-usapan because amendment ito sa ating saligang batas. And it would be proper that the Committee of the Whole, lahat po ng miyembro ng Kongreso, ay mapag-usapan ito at i-elevate yung level of discourse and discussion and debate dun sa usapin na sa aming paniwala ay maaaring makatulong sa ating ekonomiya. Ito nga yung pag-amenda ng ating economic provisions. Para patunay, isang patunay din na wala hong nag-iisip na magkaroon ng political provisions amendment dito sa ating saligang batas. And that is the reason why a Committee of the Whole is necessary para mawala ho yung mga agam-agam at yung mga pangamba ng ibang mga kasamaan natin at lalo-lalo yung mga kaibigan natin sa Senado tungkol dito.
Councilman Kismorian from Manila Bulletin.
Hello po, good afternoon. Actually, parang touch upon na rin na po ni Kong Ace yung tatanong ko dapat. But anyway, i-bring up ko na rin po. So for the record, absolutely this is only for economic provisions lang po yung hinahabol po natin. Once and for all po, no political amendments po dito sa ating RBA 7.
Well, you can get a copy of what we filed, resolution of both houses number 7. And this talks about economic provisions of the Constitution, which we would like to amend. And to further stress, those provisions that we placed here in resolution of both houses number 7 are the same provisions that the Senate also filed with their RBX number 6. Wala pong pagkakaiba. Kung ano po yung economic provision na gusto ng ating mga senador na baguhin sa ating saligang batas, yun rin po ang mga provision na nilagay namin sa resolution of both houses number 7. I think the thing will speak for itself. Klaro po ito.
Ang nabago lang po rito yung be it enacted by the Senate and the ASLs of the Philippines. Yun lang po inalis namin. Kasi we're putting, we are legislating law, so doon po kailangan ito mag-pwede. Yun lang po inalis namin.
Thank you, sir. Gab Lalo from Inquirer.
Sir, anybody can answer po. During the last previous year, nagkaroon naman ng hearings for resolution of both houses number 6. I mean, Anong pinagkaiba nung magiging hearings ngayon for resolution of both houses number 7, considering na yung ibang mga aspects of economic amendments, discuss na rin naman previously?
Ito, resolution of both houses number 7 talks of a constituent assembly. If you look back on resolution of both houses number 6 of the House of Representatives, it talks about constitutional convention. Yun po pagkakaiba nun. Now, if you look deeper, as I mentioned earlier, the provisions which we placed here is exactly the same what the Senate placed. Para wala nang iba pang storya o wala nang iba pang mga iniisip o pangamba. So, wala nang duda rin. So, pinatter na talaga namin. Kasi baka sabihin nila may iba pang version yung resolution of both houses number 6 na final ng House of Representatives. Pero yung mode nun is Constitutional Convention. Ito, pareho-pareho na. Constituent Assembly, exactly the same economic provision that the Senate has filed. So, siguro para wala na ibang pangamba.
And if I may add, no, yung RPH 6 ng House was for a constitutional convention. Ito, very specific na the 3 provisions that we want to amend. And we just also want to make it clear, while there are certain provisions, restricted provisions in the Constitution that other members feel should be amended, hindi na po namin tinakal yun because we would rather work with what the Senate wants to amend para, you know, in order, para magkaroon na ng basis of agreement, di ba? Kasi can you imagine if we propose 5 amendments and they 3, baka tumagal pa, no? But in this case, the House of Representatives are already adopted the 3 exact provisions that our counterparts in the Senate want to amend.
The next question, Kat Cortes of Radio Pilipinas.
Good afternoon po, Kongs. So, ibig sabihin po, kung Committee of the Whole po kayo, mas magiging mabilis po yung proseso compared po sa Senate na balak pa po nilang mag-roadshow. Ano po ba yung timeline natin dito, ng pagpasa po natin dito sa RDH 7?
Hindi yung Committee of the Whole, wala pa po yun. Kasi we have to deliberate it in plenary. I don't know. That is one of the proposals to make things, you know, to hasten things, because the House of Representatives has been in the position that these economic provisions should be made in this Congress, in the 19th Congress. So if we are with that thought that we would like these economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution be amended or changed, then we would want things to be made faster or to help expedite things. So one option that has been brought up is that the House will convene as a committee of the whole House and tackle it as one body. So we will wait for the RDH 7 to be referred by the Bills and Index Division to the plenary and subsequently to the Committee on Rules, or depending on the pleasure of the plenary. Then by there we will be able to say if we will convene as a committee of the whole House.
If I may add also, if you will remember, the chairman of the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, headed by Congressman Rufus, already did a roadshow. And all those findings, discussions, will also be part of this discussion, which we can also submit to the Senate. But if you will also point out the difference, in the House, we will possibly convene as a whole, no? So it will be more exhaustive and participatory, despite the fact that we are a bigger chamber. But if you will look at the Senate's strategy, subcommittee, committee, roadshow, plenary. I mean, kayo na po ang mag-discuss. Kayo na po in your mind why kami we feel that this should be discussed exhaustively. This should be expedited based on due process because we feel there's a need, no? The fact that we respect the way they're doing it, no? But you will see the sense of urgency in the House in this case because we really feel that the country needs it. Thank you.
Just to add, I would like to say na hindi namin fina-fast track on the railroad ito. This amendment of the Constitution has been discussed by previous Congresses. And we will get the knowledge from those caravans, those exhaustive studies, the many types of already road shows that we've already done in the past. And so, hindi ho ito purkit na gawa namin ngayon at na-file namin itong RBH 7 ngayon, hindi namin kinalimutan ang experience nung past. The only difference moving forward is we'd have to do this formally. And if we do it as a constituent assembly with the committee in the whole on the part of the lower house, this will be an exhaustive, again, hearing to call out experts, especially in the economic front, to call out experts again, the economic managers, to call out business chambers, para malaman namin yung side. Pati yung mga umaangal na tumututol dito sa mga provisions, we want to hear from them so that we can learn what provisions of the law we can improve for this Constitution. So, again, we are clamoring that this is not a fast-track method. This will be debated in plenary exhaustively like any other bills, especially that we are tinkering the Constitution. And so, we need this badly. And so, imamarathon po namin ito alang-alang po sa bansa.
And in addition, you also have to look into yung the window of opportunity to actually tackle this. Kasi pagpasok po natin ng kalahati ng taon, zona na yon, ang susunod na tatalakayin na ng House is the budget for 2025, where 99% of our attention will actually be focused on that. So, if we are Feb now, March, April, May, June, July, we have more or less 3 months, 4 months of legislative time to actually tackle this. So, I do hope that once the bill hits the plenary, action would be taken na mapag-usapan to sa pinaka-mabilis, exhaustive na paraan kung saan inclusive ito sa lahat ng mga stakeholders na magiging bahagi sa pag-uusap at pagpupulong.
Kong Ace?
Hindi, gusto ko lang i-emphasize kasi isa doon sa ating gustong amindahan dito sa RBH 7 ay yung ating pinasa ay pag-institutionalize ng amendments under the PSA law. If you remember, pinasa natin last Congress yung PSA at binago natin yung ilang industriya bilang definition ng utility. So, ito ay hindi taliwas o hindi malayo sa kagustuhan ng ating mga kasama sa Senate na gusto rin nilang amendahan. Kung kaya inadapt natin in toto yung kanilang gusto, because if you remember, the Speaker has stated in all his statements before na we will embrace and adopt the RBH 6 of the Senate if indeed they will pass this on time. So yun lang ang aking gustong i-emphasize.
As one of the younger members in Congress, I think it's not just for expediency or for efficiency that we're actually hoping that a committee of the whole will be formed. It's also because it will allow all of us to participate directly. Kasi pag sa committee yan, yung members lang ng committee yung nandun. Alam nyo naman pag mas nakakabata, hindi kami yung mga senior, yung mga nauuna dun sa committee. But when you do it as a committee as a whole, not only will we be able to participate directly as members of the committee, but most importantly, ang decision-making ng individual members, whether amenable to the resolution or not, in the end, how we will vote, will all be properly guided by the inputs that we will be able to directly hear from the experts and resource persons.
Sundan ko lang yung sinabi ni ating magiting na congressman. Tama, yung committee in the whole, I personally would like that para makasama po lahat ng mga kongresista at malaman po ang mga issues kung sila sang-ayon o hindi. At mas maganda yon para makinggan. Kaninang press conference natin kaninang umaga, I already emphasized to you that Congress has done its duty to pass LEDAC and legislative measures ahead of time. We did it last December. We only have 3 left. 3, boss. The other one, itatakil pa natin. At na lang. Napasaba natin ka last week. Oh, 2 na lang pala. Nagkamali kami kaninang umaga. Kala namin 3. 2 na lang. So we actually have the ample time to do this. Besides from our plenary work. So, wag naman ho sana gagawa ng istorya na fina-fast track namin ito na yung ibang mga important bills kailangan namin munang pagtuusan ng pansin. We actually have a lot of time now as congressmen to hear this because this is very important for our country. This will bring our country above poverty, so we need to make sure that we can, hopefully, with the pleasure of the whole Congress, led by our good Speaker Martin Romualdez, we can hear this even every day, so that we can finish this as soon as possible and hear the sides of all stakeholders.
Yung other party. Yes.
Congresswoman.
And as well as our commitment before na we will support the version of the Senate version, gusto rin natin ng members natin na through this discussion of this RBH 7 na ngayon sa amin, ma-discuss bakit 70% to protect the Filipinos rin. Sa advertising, maiwan na 70% for Filipinos. So gusto rin ng members natin malaman din. And to make sure na tama tong decision na to. Plus with basic education na matira, 60% of Filipinos, bakit kailangan natin gawin to? So ito po, we need to go through this para rin alam natin na tama nga itong ginagawa. And as much as possible, we want to be committed also to our commitment to the Senate na we follow their lead and we'll try to adopt their RBH 6 as well. So yun lang po.
Congressman.
Yes, thank you, Senior Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales. Just again, much has been said, so we would like to again reiterate that we are just merely being consistent with what the Senate has done. So again, sila practically nasusunod na rito, we're following their lead. Wala po naiiba po dun sa na-file na RBH 7. So as far as the Nationalist People Coalition is concerned, we fully support, we reaffirm and fully support the thrust of the authors and of the House of Representatives, especially Speaker Martin Romualdez. Thank you.
We might just have missed out on a point, no? Can we just, Ryan, pwede mo bang mapakilala yung mga congressmen at saka the respective political parties they represent?
Okay, let's start from left. We have Congressman Joboy Aquino, Congressman Johnny Pimentel, Congressman Mark Inverga, Congressman Mehan.
Ryan, pwede pagsabi yung party nila? Party? Please, start ulit.
Siguro.
Why don't we ask our congressmen to introduce themselves so that we can, and what party and what position so that they can know.
Thank you. I'm Congressman Joboy Aquino, Jose Joboy Aquino, Lakas, and the province of Agusan, 1st District, Agusan del Norte.
Good afternoon to everyone. Johnny T. Pimentel, representative of 2nd District of Surigao del Sur. I'm now in NUP party.
I am Congressman Mark Inverga of the 1st District of Quezon Province, and I represent the Nationalist People's Coalition.
I am Christine Singson of the 2nd District of Ilocos Sur, representing NPC as well as Kong Mark and Bergas.
Elry Villafuerte, President of the National Unity Party, the second biggest party in the House. We fully support this initiative, this proposal. Thank you.
Tony Pet Albano po, 1st District of Isabela, part of Lakas, the largest. And we are very supportive, especially that our president of Lakas is the speaker himself.
Of course, Don Gonzales po, 3rd District of Pampanga.
I am
Lakas. Don Gonzales, 3rd District Pampanga from Lakas.
Manix Dalipe, Executive Vice President, Lakas CMD.
David Suarez, 2nd District, Quezon Province, Treasurer, Lakas CMD.
Brian Yamsuan, Bicol Soro Party List, and representative from National Unity Party.
Jardine Jesus Romualdo, Lone District, Camiguin, Lakas.
Judas Idre, Tingog Party List, representing the Party List Coalition.
Ace Barbers, Nacionalista Party, Surigao del Norte.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Tongo. Okay, maybe call on Tina from GMA7 for her question.
Sir, follow up lang dun sa question ni Kath kanina. Is an approval by March possible? Kasi binabanggit na rin ng mga Kongs before yung sinabing deadline ni SP Zubiri.
I cannot say because we will be inviting resource persons and we want to exhaustively discuss all of this matter. Particularly, we want also to hear the members and resource persons with regards to the resolution of both houses number 7. So as to the timeline, we cannot say yet, but we will try our best to really work double time on this, and if it needs that we have to extend our working hours in trying to hear everything, then we will do. So hindi po namin masasabi talaga kung ano po yung deadline. Pero ang masasabi po namin, we will work double time on this and we'll see how things will go.
Ako lang personally kasi we're very happy as a member of Congress that this will be thoroughly discussed here, no? And we want to ask questions to the resource speakers, questions that are not being asked in the Senate. Ako, gusto ko na nga magtanong with una kong tatanungin kasi yung those opposing charter change, I want to ask them why they're opposed. Because most of them say it's not the right time to do it now. My question I will ask them is when is the right time and why? These are not being asked in the Senate hearings. So I want to ask them personally because the Constitution itself provides 3 modes of amendments, di ba? Yung con-con, con-as, and yung PI. The fact that the Constitution provides these modes, that means the framers of this Constitution believe the fact that what they drafted is not perfect. So that's why they gave 3 modes. So ito ang gusto kong tanungin na hindi tinatanong dun sa mga nagsasabing hindi ngayon. So we're very happy that, the leadership under Speaker Martin has, initiated this RBH 7. And, tama rin talaga na i-declare as a committee of a whole para lahat makaparticipate. Salamat.
Well, remember in the press conference this morning, I quoted Chief Justice Puno quoted this on the Day of the Constitution, that Thomas Jefferson said that every 20 years, you must revisit and even tear up the Constitution. It shouldn't be like the Ark of the Covenant where it cannot be changed. The Constitution has to be a living thing that will be adapted to the times that are there. And we feel and we believe that 37 years is already too long for an amendment. And now we are seeing that we can do it. And both houses are now thinking of the same modes, thinking of the same provisions that we want to change. The President has already also had these marching orders about the economic provisions. So I think that because the Senate and the House have the same provisions, we should now talk about it exhaustively so that the people can later decide the plebiscite when and if we finish this timely. And this is the ultimate test whether the people will understand it and say yes or no. Bottom line, ang taong bayan pa rin ang magpapasya niyan. But yes, the wish list is we want to finish this as soon as possible so that the other work that we have, like as what DS Suarez is saying, by SONA, we have to tackle the budget for 2025. Then there is election filing on October for our election again for next year. And then election period will come by January for the national, and I think January, February, and March, April for the local in 60, 90 days. So it is our wish list that we finish this on time, and we hope for the cooperation of both, not only our congressmen, but our resources, and also the people that want to say something about this to make this amendment better. As I've said, I did not say charter change. I used the coin charter improvement so that we can improve the lives of the people in our country.
Thank you. Are there any other follow-up questions, Tina? Okay. Maybe recognize Billy Vegas from Abante and Politico.
Sir, no doubt po mapapasto ng House. Pero ang question is, pag napasto ng House tapos hindi to napas ng Senate, ano pong gagawin nyo?
We will cross the bridge when we get there. But if you see, ganito yung House eh. For the past Congresses, bawat speaker, bawat Congress, may panukala, there's a proposal of the House of Representatives to update the 1987 Constitution. And if you look now, lahat po ng mode. Una, sinubukan na CONCON, Resolution of both Houses number 6. Ngayon, para wala ng pangamba, wala ng duda, pattern na talaga. Constituent Assembly, exactly the same economic provision. Constituent Assembly. So, lahat ng style, lahat ng mode, o kung paano, basta kung saan pwede, basta ma-update lang natin yung 1987 Constitution, we will do it. So that is, you can see the effort of the House of Representatives headed by any speaker who has sat, even in the present Congress, Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, we are still faithful to that intent that we have to update that Constitution, particularly the economic provisions of the Constitution, which everyone feels that this is really too restrictive. So, tingnan natin kung maipasa ng House ang resolution of both Houses number 7 at hindi ipapasa ng Senate ang kanilang resolution of both Houses number 6, which is exactly the same economic provision, then we'll see. Tingnan natin.
And may I also add, we are still optimistic that the Senate will pass their RBH 6 kasi para nga makita na ito na lang talaga yung gagalawin natin. That's just the economic provision and what was mentioned on RBH 6 and RBH 7.
Yeah. Thank you for that question and observation. We are a bicameral Congress, meaning we are co-equal. So if the House passes it March, April, and they want it October, valid yung tanong mo anong mangyayari. I think there should always be a middle ground, di ba? If we want it March, April, May, sila October, there should be further talks how we can meet the middle ground. I think that's the best in a bicameral Congress. And, you know, these three provisions anyway originated from them. So, I think when they proposed these three amendments, I know for a fact na pinag-aralan at pinag-inisipan na nila to. So I think, delaying it further, dapat tanungin ng tao bakit gustong i-delay, di ba? So at the end of the day, this has to go through a plebiscite. Thank you.
Add ko lang, remember the press conference this morning, the scarcest resource is time. 37 years is too long already for us to wait for another 3 years. Our country has been left behind. Mika Swangsing, our congresswoman, has already given the report a while ago in the economic provisions why most countries are far better now. Vietnam has more FDIs. These economic provisions that we want to pass are good for the people so that they don't become OFWs anymore because investment will come to our country. So ano pa ba ang hinahanap natin? So we appeal to our counterparts to also exhaust their efforts and their, of course, at their own pace, kasi 24 sila. But we appeal to our colleagues in the Senate, galing sa inyo ito, pinasa ng Kongreso, at siguro naman, pag ang pangit naman siguro tignan sa taong bayan, kung hindi nyo ipapasa sa Senate. But I know that they will because nanggaling po sa kanila. And hopefully, because nanggaling sa kanila ito, may pasa natin in time na meron naman tayong paraan para magplebisito bago po mangyari yung mga kailangan mangyari within the end of the year at next year's elections.
Can we hear Congressman Jude?
What's the greatest significance of what's happening today with this development is that if you really look at it, the House and the Senate has found a middle ground, has found the common ground for future actions on what to amend. We have agreed finally to what the Senate has actually proposed, and the House is also doing parallel efforts to go through the process of approving the same version. And to be honest, I'm a little bit more optimistic with the process in the Senate because the Senate version is actually authored by the leadership of the Senate. It's authored by the Senate President, by the Senate Majority Leader, the Pro Temp, and of course the Chairperson of the subcommittee. So I have great faith that the leadership of the Senate will do their best to convince their colleagues for the passage. And I'm sure they will do a much better job than us here in Congress convincing their colleagues.
Thank you, Congressman Jude. Congressman Pimentel?
I just want to comment on the statement of earlier by Representative Elry Villafuerte. I totally agree with him that the time to amend our Constitution is now. There is no other time. Actually, this plan of amending the Constitution, matagal na po ito. 5 administrations have already passed and nothing has happened. I do not understand why so many people are so afraid of amending our Constitution. In other countries, they regularly amend their Constitution to be updated and to fit with our times. Yung ating Constitution po, 1935, it was amended in 1987, it's now about time that we amend to fit with the times. And there's nothing to be afraid. What we are discussing here are only the economic provisions. We are lagging behind already from our counterparts in the different Southeast Asian nations. In 2023, there were 243 foreign direct investments that came into Southeast Asia. How many did go to Vietnam? 300 foreign direct investments. 40 went to other Southeast Asian nations. Ilan po ang pumunta sa atin? 3 lang po. Why? Because the investors are afraid to come in or worried to come in because of the very restrictive provisions in our Constitution, and that is the ownership of corporation. If you are a multinational firm and you have billions of dollars, billions of pesos you would like to invest in a country, papayag ba kayo na you let go of your billions of dollars tapos you cannot even wholly own the corporation? I there are some perception na there might be some political amendments. We want to make it clear that this is only the economic provisions. Why the economic provisions? We want to open up the economy of our country, thereby providing more economic opportunities to our people and solving the problem of unemployment. Isa pong malaking problema sa Pilipinas, unemployment. If we can open up our economy, foreign direct investments will come in, we will be generating employment, thereby also solving one of the problems of our country. As I've said, and I've been consistent on this, there is no other time. Now is the time to amend our Constitution so we can be globally competitive, so that we could be at par as far as investment destination is concerned. Ito po ay hindi para sa mga congressmen, hindi po ito para sa mga senador, para po ito sa mga taong bayan. What we only want is to uplift the lives, the quality of life of Filipinos. That is all. Yung sinasabi ng mga senador na baka i-abolish sila, there is no truth to the matter. We are a bicameral legislature and will always remain a bicameral legislature. We want to make it clear that there is no plan to abolish the Senate. I don't know where they got that wrong perception. Sana po magtulong-tulungan tayong dalawang chamber ng Kongreso. Yun lang po ang objective natin, tulungan ang buong bayan at ang ating mga kapwa Pilipino. Magandang hapon po.
Ryan, baka may gusto mag-add.
Okay, Billy for his follow-up question. Okay. Kat Forbes again.
Sorry po, habol ko na lang po mga kongs. With your filing of RBH 7, sinabi nyo nga po, ito po ay pagpapakita na kaisa kayo ng Senado doon sa pagsusulong po ng amyenda ng economic provisions. Panahon na rin po ba or sapat na rin po itong dahilan para patayin na po ng tuluyan yung issue ng PI na inuugnay pa rin po sa inyo? Thank you po.
Yeah, yung PI na effort ay hindi ho yun effort ng House of Representatives. Ito ho ay effort ng isang NGO o isang grupo na pirma. Ito ho ay malayo ho sa ng Kongreso. Of course, there are members of Congress who are advocating for change since probably exasperated na yung mga nag-advocate ng charter change, kagaya nung NGO ito, sila ay nagtutulak nito. And you cannot fault the member or no one can fault the member if a member of Congress will support the efforts of this NGO, of this firma. Kasi nga, sa kagustuhan nating amendahan yung ating saligang batas, we've done yung RBH 2, na kung saan ay pinopropose natin yung Constitutional Convention, Constituent Assembly, walang nangyari. Pinasa natin yung RBH 6 where 302 members are authors, wala pa rin nangyari. So what is the logical way and strategy to amend this Constitution? So siguro yung pirma initiated this and some of the members helped them. So, yun yung nangyaring doon. Wala ho sa kamay namin yung pirma. In fact, when COMELEC said na, okay, i-suspend muna yung pagtanggap ng mga signatures, we did not react to that because basically, we want to tell the people na wala ho kami kinalaman dyan.
If I may add, yung People's Initiative is provided in the Constitution. So, we cannot say, unless that's amended and taken out, that will always be part in one of the modes of amending. So, yan ang kailangan malaman ng tao. So, those who are saying na fake yan, mali, tainted, that is part, they have to prove it. And, I've been watching some of the hearings. Some witnesses are already admitting wala namang nabigyan ng pera. So, anybody can say, may taint of anything negative, but they have to prove it. It's just like saying, may nangyari sa isang lugar sa election, it doesn't mean that the whole election is tainted or questionable. So, let's respect the Constitution having that provision. Thank you.
Dagdagan ko lang din yung sinabi ni Kong El Rey. Dahil nga ho itong pirma, the ones who initiated this effort of getting signatures dun sa mga iba't ibang distrito sa marami yung nag-aakusa na ito ay PI, Peking Inisyatibo, PI, Politicians Initiative. To my mind, these are unfounded allegations. Kasi, wag po nating tawaran yung pag-iisip at desisyon ng mga milyong-milyong Pilipinong pumirma ho dito. And again, kagaya nung nasabi ko kayo na they probably felt exasperated bakit walang nangyayari dun sa kagustuhang pagbabago sa ekonomiya. Dumaan na ho sila dito sa mode na ito because this is also provided in the Constitution. There's nothing illegal ho dito. Wala hong illegal. Legal ho itong People's Initiative.
Wala pong masama sa Constitutional Convention, wala pong masama sa Constituent Assembly, at lalong-lalo na walang masama sa People's Initiative. Nasa Constitution po to. So whatever means that we would want to update the Constitution, there's only one sure thing. We can only do one for every 5 years. So to allay the fears that we will only have one referendum in the next 5 years, then why don't we both agree, the Senate and the House of Representatives, pass this economic provision, submit it to the people, then ask the people, anong gusto nila sa proposal ng Senate and the House? And we should always be reminded, the Constitution is owned by the people of the Philippines. The congressmen and senators don't own the Constitution. The Constitution is owned by the people, and the people will have the final say if they agree with the senators or congressmen on what changes we would like to make in their constitution by passing it through a referendum by voting yes or no. Yung constitution po sa tao to. So ang final say, hindi po sa senator, congressman, or yung mga pirma groups. Definitely, ang taong bayan ang may final say dito at sila ang magsasabi kung gusto ba nila paamendahan o pa-update ang konstitusyon na pagmamay-ari ng Filipino people. So let's move forward. We have RBH 7, they have RBH 6, Constituent Assembly. If they have a change of heart, they want to do Constitutional Convention, so be it. If the people's groups would want to have People's Initiative, which is also there in the Constitution, wala po. Lahat po yan, dadaan po yan sa taong bayan. As I said, the people of this country, the Filipino people, own the Constitution, and they have the final say on whether or not they want their Philippine Constitution be amended, updated, or no movement at all.
Okay, Billy Vegas again.
Habol lang po, sorry. Madyo, kanina po may statement kayo regarding do sa low performance ng Senate. So, lumalabas po ba na na hindi nabibigyan ng priority ng Senate yung mga priority measures ng LEDAC tsaka ng Marcos administration?
No, what I just stated is that the House has been up to date, and we have already passed almost 100% of the LEDAC priority measures and the SONA priority measures. And we did a little comparison because we are a bicameral, in a bicameral setup. They are more or less in 15 to 35%. So yung House, what we're trying to tell the Filipino people is that natapos na po namin kung ano yung mga hinihingi ng ating mahal na Pangulo, President Bongbong Marcos Jr. para sa ating mga kababayan, ano-anong mga batas na kailangan ipasa ng House of Representatives as in the LEDAC and the SONA priority measures, napasa po namin. So, I do not know with the Senate, with their rating of 15 to 30% passing average. So maybe they have to also double time. Just like now, what we'll be doing, may suggestion na nga with RBS 7, Committee of the Whole House. So we will not dilly-dally on that. We will work double time, overtime, if there's a need to. That's the character of the House of Representatives. We always act with a sense of urgency.
Dagdagan ko lang yung sinabi ni Madjo, no? So, tama yung sinabi ni Madjo Manix that ang dulo naman ito is plebiscite. Now, when do you think is the most appropriate time to have the plebiscite? I think what the Senate is proposing is isasabay ito sa midterm elections. And ako, ang personal position ko, hindi tama yon. Kasi hindi natin dapat mapoliticize yung Constitution. Dapat talaga bukod, dapat mas maaga. Ngayon, kung mas maagang gaganapin yung plebisito, dapat mas maagang matapos ng Kongreso at ng Senado yung pag-uusap tungkol dito sa RB 86 nila at yung RB 87. Kasi huwag nating kakalimutan, magkakasundo pa dapat kami noon bago diretso sa COMELEC, and assuming walang hurdle, saka pa lang tayo magkakaplebisito. So, ito yung nakikita naming panahon na talagang dapat na po natin masagawa ito. Ngayon, tungkol naman po sa binanggit ni Madjo sa efficiency ng Senate, siguro ang pinakamagandang sumagot ng efficiency nila, hindi sila nalang magpaliwanag. Di ba? Kung bakit ganoon yung performance level nila. Basta ang performance level ng House, 100%, no back subjects, advance pa.
And before we go on the Holy Week break, we will be able to pass all of the priority measures.
Okay, maybe call on Joy for from Filipino Star ngayon for our last for the last question.
Sir, good afternoon po. Sir, since the mood for charter reforms becomes the political battleground between the Senate and the House, and in fact some senators they're putting themselves to a high cocalorum of the legislative branch. With that RB 87, sir, what are your expectations? Of great importance, sir, on the highest.
House naman we just want to help this country, and it was even mentioned by the head of the National Economic Development Authority, NEDA, na kailangan natin buksan ang ating ekonomiya, to open up our economy. We have some provisions in the Constitution which are very restrictive. And just to be in one with the Senate, we are adopting the economic provisions which they would want to update. If you ask the other House members, there are a lot more economic provisions in the Constitution that we would like to amend. Para maalis na yung pangamba, para maalis na yung duda, we are already adjusting to what economic provisions in the 1987 Constitution that the Senate filed in RB 6 of the Senate version, i-adapt na nga namin para wala na nga yung pangamba, yung duda. Kasi nahaluan napupolitika we would always want to reiterate, let's focus. Let's deliver this to the people and let the people decide. Bakit hindi natin ibigay? Let's bring out those provisions which we have to amend. Then tanong natin yung taong bayan, sila na magdi-decide. Hindi naman senador o congressman ang magdidesisyon dito Ang taong bayan, as I said, they own the Constitution. The final say is with the people who own the Constitution, and it is the Filipino people.
So, ano lang po, wala na siguro ang away kasi galing sa kanila itong mga provisions. So, hindi ko alam kung bakit pa pag-aawayan kasi parehong-pareho naman yung provisions, the change na gusto namin sa Constitution. So what we're seeing is that because it's the same, magkatugma na ang House at Senate, ang gagawin na lang ngayon ay magtrabaho kaming dalawa at suriin at itanong sa mga eksperto kung nararapat ba ito, kung ano ang mga threshold ng 60-40, 80-20, kung anong maganda na magiging forma nitong mga economic provisions. So, hindi po away ang hinahanap namin kung hindi actually synergy between both houses to pass. And finally, for the first time in the history of the Philippines, for the 1987 Constitution, we will have an amendment after almost 4 decades.
Yes, sir. Okay, again, we thank our House leaders, Representative Joboy Aquino II of Agusan del Norte, Representative Johnny Pimentel of Surigao del Sur, Representative Mark Enverga of Quezon, Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Mehan of from Ilocos Sur, Representative Elry Villapuerte of Camarines Sur, Deputy Speaker in Isabela, Representative Tony Petalbano, Deputy Speaker Aurelio, Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales of Pampanga, Majority Leader Manuel Manix Talipe, Deputy Speaker David J.J. Suarez of Quezon, Representative Brian Yamsuan of Bicol Cerro Party List, and then Representative J.J. Romualdo of Camiguin, Representative Judas Sidri of Tingog Party List, and Representative Ace Barbers of Surigao del Norte. Sir, thank you for, sirs and ma'am, thank you for joining us today and to our media colleagues for your participation. Good afternoon.
Hawakan nyo to. Hawak dito.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I've never even seen him
Sorry,
lose.
can you speak
Oh.
louder po?
Yes, hello, sorry. As someone who's worked closely with him and known him for well over a decade, he's an extremely affable person. I have never even seen him, lose his temper. This is a very, very uncharacteristic, the kind of crime he's accused of. It's out of character. Kumbaga, it's almost impossible to understand on this at this level. So I can just attest from someone who's known him personally and professionally that he's of extremely good character, and he is an extremely gentle soul. And this kind of accusation is it's shocking. Thank you.
Okay, so next, Wells.
Good morning.
The lady in black.
Hello, good morning po. My name is Ice Idanan. I'm also a director and a member of the Directors Guild of the Philippines. The first time I worked with Direct Jade was in 2014 for the TV show entitled Becky Boxer. It was the first show that I was a part of as a cinematographer. I can say that si Jade po is very mapagbigay. Sobrang out of character po sa kanya itong nangyayari na to. During that time, nakita ko how he believed in the young filmmakers. Tinulungan po niya, hinasa niya para maging magaling sa craft nila. Film is Jade's life. He tells stories, and by telling those stories, nakukuha po niya sa mga experiences niya traveling around the Philippines. Si Jade po mahilig siyang mag-immerse. Gusto po niyang parating may bagong experience. That's why he goes to these festivals. He has these things planned. Pinupuntahan po niya yung mga maliliit na festivals kasi yun po yung mga storya na hindi nakukwento sa pelikula. Kaya, nung first time po namin itong nalaman, hindi po namin ma-imagine that this happened to him because he's so gentle. Pag humawak nga po ng mic yun, parang malalaglag yung mic sa kamay niya, let alone carry a gun or hold a gun. Kapag po niyakap niyo siya, parang lilipad siya sa sobrang liit niya. So,
Okay. Thank you so much, Direk. Direk Eric Mati. Director ko to eh. Si Eric Mati.
Good afternoon.
We've been together
Good afternoon
for so
po,
many years.
Your Honors. Good
Sige.
afternoon, everyone.
And also, Don Monteverde.
Don.
Are you going to deliver some manifestation as well? Sana na lang, Eric Mati.
So, maybe on behalf of Don, we can speak for Jade. Lahat naman nag-attest sa kung gaano kabait ni Jade Castro, 'di ba? From our end, we are currently working with Jade Castro for an HBO project, and he was supposed to actually, when he was there in Quezon, he was supposed to watch the edited material of our project the week after, which sadly hindi na nangyari yon. Blow by blow, alam ko yung nangyari from the very beginning kasi we were in touch doon sa, natawa pa nga kami una nung nahuli sila kasi parang joke eh. Parang eventually, siyempre naging bangungot yung kwento, di ba? Pero nakakatawa siya nung simula na parang, ha? Napagkamalan kayo? Tangina, layo-layo nyo doon sa, ay, sorry.
Bawal sinabi.
Ang layo-layo nyo
Please
dun.
refrain, Direk. Please refrain from saying
Yes.
words
Sorry,
like that.
sorry. Ang layo-layo nila, tapos nahuli sila. And so, we were thinking mistaken identity, baka naman may additional pa na investigation na malalaman kung sila ba talaga o hindi. And then all of a sudden, we were expecting Friday na before 5 makalabas sila. And then, nagulat kami, hindi sila nakalabas, no? And then, that story about the waiver na napirmahan nila, which kami rin, hindi namin maintindihan anong pinaniwala sa kanila ng abogado nila para mapirmahan nila yon. Whether they were able to actually read it, it was actually explained to them. Actually, it was raised sa prosecutor. I was there in the hearing. It was raised on the prosecutor na bakit may napirmahang waiver, no? Bigla. Well, anyway, hindi naman ako abogado, so I don't know anong explanation nun. Pero this case is really bizarre. This case is bizarre kasi anybody who looks at the facts of the case, ako mahilig ako sa mga mga crime stories, mahilig ako sa law and order. Pag tinignan mo yung facts ng case, nakakatawa yung paano ginawa yung pag-aresto sa kanila. 'Di ba? Sino ang aakyat sa bus na hindi niya muna susuotin yung bonnet at biglang nag-bonnet, 'di ba? Parang sinong pinapaniwala mo niyan? 'Di ba? And originally, nabasa ko yung report ng Bureau of Fire. Sa Bureau of Fire, nakamask lahat eh. Pero pagdating dito sa police, iba na yung nakasulat. 'Di ba? Pero natatakot kami magsalita kasi mga kaibigan namin nandun pa sa kulungan. 'Di ba? Eh alam naman natin yung history ng mga pulis natin. Hindi naman lahat. Pero yung history ng pulis na pwede namang nag-suicide ka na lang bigla na hindi ka naman nag-suicide, 'di ba? So, natatakot lang kami kaya hindi naman kami makapagsabi talaga ng kung anong mga iba-ibang problema nung kaso na pinaratang sa kanila. So, I hope that this committee could open up all the conversation about it. Kasi, and hindi lang sana tayo mahiya mag-point out ng kung anong mali din ng police. Or kung may mali naman sila, di point out din, di ba? Pero, as I look at the case, without being a lawyer, parang mali talaga, no? So, yun.
Quiet, please. Okay. Having said all those things, I hope that you will agree as well that, of course, lahat naman tayo na tao, even that yung presumption natin na lahat na we have good intention, we have all these praises, but behind our minds, no, there are some evil intent, no? We're not saying that he did it, but of course, we will agree that somehow a certain percentage of the reality of life, meron tayong ganon eh. But of course, ang ating lang po tinatakal dito are the maybe procedural lapses that this committee are probably seeing, on the protocol that is being followed by our PNP. And I hope that hindi naman kayo kasama doon sa pinaglalaban ni Direk Castro about doon sa kasi I have seen yung this is one of the basis of the prosecutor as well yung kanyang pagiging connect doon sa transport strike, di ba, yung sa anti-modernization. He was really fighting for the yung sa modernization. And well, I think well, I'm not a lawyer, but of course this not alone at hindi lang ito lang yung basis for him to be accused of, But of course, hindi naman kayo member ng anti-modernization program of the government. Kasi
parang sobrang dami namang nagpo-post against or for, di ba? Pero not necessarily na mga chuper kami or may kikitain kami dun sa tungkol sa modernization ng jeepney. Siyempre, people voice out on social media however they feel.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much, Direk. And sige, I will yield back to Congresswoman Brosas, but ayun nag-raise hand yung si can we recognize
Yes, Mr. Chair. Si tatay po. Oo.
Ako po ang ama ni Jade.
Okay, sige sir,
Manuel
you
Castro.
recognize.
Ang gusto ko lang po banggitin na ano yung personal kong karanasan, simula nung arastuhin si Jade. Okay, Webes ng gabi, alas 11, nung tumawag sa amin yung kapatid niya, si Jasper, na may problema nga raw. Pupunta raw siya ng Katanawan. Hindi ako pumayag. Sabi ko, sasamahan kita tayong dalawa. Para po sa kaalaman nyo, wala kaming kaalam-alam talaga. At ang pagkaalam din namin, wala rin silang kaalam-alam kung anong nangyayari. Kaya kami, ang nasa isipan namin, nung kami nung anak ko ay tumungo ng Katanawan, iuwi na namin si Jade. Ganun ang nasa isip namin. Hindi pala nangyari yun. Pati po nung preliminary investigation, ganun din po inaasahan namin. Naiuwi na namin siya. Ngayon, yung unang pagkataon na pumunta kami doon, Biyernes, wala kami kaalam-alam, With respect po sa honorable congressman, miski kami hindi po namin naiintindihan yung inquest College graduate din po ako, college graduate din po ang asawa ko, pero wala ho kaming alam. Dumating ho kami doon sa lugar na yon para kaming foreigner. Hindi kami tiga roon, wala kaming kakilala. Kaya yung kapatid ho na isa ni Orsini, si Ernesto, sila ho yung naghanap na abogado. So wala kaming alam So on the spot, doon kami kumuha ng abogado. Yun lang masasabi ko. Wala kaming kaalam-alam sa nangyari at sa pagkaalam din namin, wala din silang kaalam-alam sa nangyayari. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you so much. Congresswoman
Yes.
Brosas, before you proceed, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Alfred de los Santos and Congressman Eddie Bong Plaza. Brother, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kaya kanina I was asking yung mapapunta yung first na abogado, Mr. Chair, nung wala ka pa. So I asked it and sabi naman ni Senior Vice Chair, he agrees with me na baka pwede maimbitahan natin yun, Mr. Chair. Yung previous niyang abogado.
Okay, so we will be inviting over also Attorney
Ilang
Abadilla.
oras lang ba yan, Mr. Chair? Papunta
And also
dito?
yung sa yung invitation sa Mikasa and also yung mga nag-report about it. Sige, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask for si Director Carlos Sigionreyna yata was about to tell us something.
No, it was, no, I was just going to answer sana, I don't know if the question was rhetorical, tinanong ni Chair Dan Fernandez about kung kung ano kami dun sa anti-modernization. I was just going to answer that. No, walang position ng DGPI on anything regarding that anti-modernization. In fact, this is the first time I've heard about.
Hindi naman masama yung mag-anti-modernization. Actually kami, kay Congressman ako being the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Arlene Brosas, we are fighting for the traditional jeepneys. Pinaglalaban namin yun eh. Ang ayaw lang naman din sa programa is the right-of-way consolidation. Saka natin topic yun sa kanyang committee na yun at hindi na po dito. But okay po yun. What I'm trying to point out, kung radical yung grupo, that is something that we have to be worried about. But I think based on your mga sinasabi about Jade Castro, talagang napakabuting tao. But of course, it's not only the basis. That's what I'm trying to point out, no. We know yung personality niya, but of course, we really don't know what's behind of every individual's minds. Di ba? Kaya yun lang sinasabi po lang natin dito sa area. We're trying to be impartial here. All the congressmen who are here, even I came from the industry of showbiz, kailangan balanse po tayo and we have to protect the rights of our PNP officials as well. Because in all intent and purposes, baka they're doing the right thing. But of course, hindi nga na po natin alam and that's the reason why doon po tayo nagbe-basis sa procedure. Okay, so go ahead, Congresswoman Brosas, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do you si Director Carlos, meron pa po ba kayo idadagdag? I believe ang sinabi niyo lang neutral kasi ang DGPI. So wala talagang wala siyang stand on some issues.
We're a private cultural group basically regarding film industry issues. Basically the founding, if there's any one principle na talagang we really stand for from the very beginning, and one of the founding principles on which kasi we reacted when we incorporated was really the irresponsible censorship that was happening at the time, around that time in the early 90s. And, so it was a founding principle namin is really freedom of expression. If there's any political, a thrust that we have, it's really for freedom of expression. Pero wala kaming, and then on other issues we react. Siyempre, kung merong mga expansions of, let's say, itong expansions of, yung when let's say the MTRCB tries to overreach or ganon mga areas of jurisdiction, o kaya things like the Eddie Garcia bill that has been discussed here and in the Senate, we're very active in that kasi it affects basically our work. So, but yeah, basically those are our main concerns, mga industry issues, and of course freedom of expression. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, nangangamba ko dun sa mga projects pa ni Jade Castro kasi yun yung sinasabi nila. And pwede ko bang matanong si Rep. Toff de Venecia kaugnay dun sa Rep, paano ang mangyayari dyan kung, di ba sa creative industries ka naman, so maantala yung mga projects and whatever.
I'm sure the DGPI can attest, Mr. Chair, pero madadelay yung administration ng mga projects. No? But I'm really more concerned about like the chilling effect.
Sige, Congressman Toff muna. Sige, go ahead.
Sorry, can I? No, I'm just really concerned about the chilling effect that this has on like the industry. Whether he was there to do research or even if he was there to do location scouting, which those that do filming in the regions want to do. Parang kung ganitong may arbitrary or hindi masyadong solidong administration of justice na nangyayari, parang ma-discourage yung mga filmmakers, film workers natin to shoot in other provinces and regions. And we know that the regions need this economic stimulus of being shooting in their provinces being done, and that's why we are advocating for decentralization of creativity also away from NCR. But we know that there's a lot of costs that are incurred if you're going to shoot in the regions. I myself have actually collaborated with Jade and with Direk Peterson, they shot in Dagupan like 5-6 months ago for a project. I'm not going to disclose the details of that shoot. However, yeah, we proponents of creative industries, especially in the regions, we do want to encourage these top of mind, excellent, creatives to actually consider shooting in our regions. And if you have something like this happening, even to the likes of Jade and his colleagues, I mean, I'm really concerned about the chilling effect. Again, I don't know Jade so well, and but I do know that he's well loved in the industry. And I was just in art fair yesterday, and I saw Moira Lang's exhibit, and there's a whole free Jade Castro vignette there. And from having interacted with this person, that's the least that I would ever expect of him. No, that's why I am as shocked as everybody here. It was news that broke out that at first, just like Eric Matty, I found funny until it was not, because now it's been like almost a month since his detention. His wrongful detention, it seems, as being established here in this committee. So I just urge, Mr. Chair, that we act swiftly and objectively, substantially, justly in the dispensation of this case. Because yes, I mean, gaya ng sabi ni Kong Arlene, projects are being affected. It sends a chilling effect for the film industry as well as for the entire creative industry. It's not just film that can create content in the regions. You know, you also have theater and you also have music. People might be dissuaded from actually going to the regions because of what happened to Jade. What more that he was there to catch a fiesta, parati pong inimbitahan ng mga creatives sa fiesta para mag-showcase ng kanilang content, whether performer or magpalabas ng pelikula. May mga film festivals rin po tayo. Baka matakot yung mga alagad ng sining po natin na pumunta sa mga rehiyon kasi walang kakilala, tapos biglang mangyari sa kanya yung ganyan. Pero hindi naman po na binabaliwala natin yung contribution ng ating kapulisan, because we do acknowledge also their role in peace and order, no? And we very much value what it is that they bring to nation building. Pero sana po, Mr. Chair, kung may pagkakamali, magkaroon ng accountability. And I leave it na lang to the rest of our colleagues here in the committee na mas kabisado nila yung revised penal code, mas alam nila yung mga ganitong mga kaso, na sana mailabas po yung mga detalye na makatulong sa speediest dispensation of this case at administration of justice. Kasi talagang nakakalungkot po gamitin yung term, Mr. Chair, pero parang pelikula yung nangyari kay Jade. And it's so ironic na Arts Month pa man din. And pagboboto na po today sa Senate on third reading yung Eddie Garcia bill. So, tapos biglang ito, yung isa sa mga workers po natin sa pelikula na atin pong pinoprotektahan through this measure, through some other law that's in existence and how it's implemented, biglang nadehado ng ganito. So, yun lang naman po. I'm just urging for justice to prevail. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Before you proceed, Congresswoman Rosas, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Bambi Emano. Okay. So you can proceed na, Congressman
Yes.
Rosas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to dwell doon na sa, Mr. Chair, sa isa kanina nating pinag-uusapan. May nakuha po bang evidence sa resort linking yung mga sinabi na suspect sa incident, Mr. Chair?
Bali, wala po kaming gamit na nakakuha sa resort dahil wala naman po kaming search warrant para halughugin ang gamit nila.
So walang kahit ano na nakuha mula doon sa ano. Pero tama po ba na naabutan nyo yung witnesses na nasa area pa rin kung nasan yung sunog?
Opo, na dumating po kami doon, nandun na rin po yung mga witness. At yun na nga po yung sinasabi ko kanina na personal po nilang sinabi sa akin yung nasaksihan nila. At sila rin po ay wala po silang relasyon sa may-ari ng bus. But sila po yung nagsalaysay lamang ayon po sa kanilang nasaksihan.
Bakit mo dinagdag yung wala silang relasyon sa may-ari ng bus?
Para mailabas ma'am na baka ma'am kung sakali ay sila ay pumapanig lang doon dahil gusto na lang nilang magbigay ng pabor pero wala pong ganun.
So, yung may-ari ng minibus, yung sinasabi mo.
Opo, yung kooperatiba.
Sino ba yung may-ari ng minibus?
May-ari po ng minibus ay isa pong kooperatiba.
Cooperative. Ano pong cooperative yan?
Ito po ay Gumaka Transport Service Cooperative.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Hindi dun yung tanong ko, no? Can you describe anong klase ng kalye ang dinadaanan ng modern jeep?
Ito po yung National Road na galing po ng Gumaka papunta ng Katanawan. Ito po ay cemented karsada.
May ilaw sa highway.
Mayroon pong street light sa lugar kung saan nangyari yung incident.
Street light?
Opo.
Gaano kaano yung street light doon?
Bali,
Ilang pagitan? Di ba ang street light naman, ano yan nakapagitan?
Sa akin po palagay, ang layo po ng pagitan ng bawat street light ay mga 20 meters. At yung pong pinangyarihan ay halos napapagitan po siya ng dalawang street light.
Napapagitan ng dalawang
Opo,
street light.
ang pwesto po ng bus ay nasa kaliwa po ng bus ang street light.
So hindi madilim?
Maliwanag naman po ng kahit po makikilala naman po ang mga tao base sa liwanag ng ilaw.
Ang tanong ko po, meron bang nakuha sa area ng sunog na maglilink sa apat sa insidente?
Bali wala po nakuha, ang lang po doon, yung pong yung po nakita ng mga witnesses.
Identification lang
Opo.
ng alleged witnesses. Walang other way to link yung apat sa insidente.
Identification lang po.
Sinabi nyo kasi kanina hot pursuit, based po sa definition ng hot pursuit, dapat may sense of immediacy na baka mawala yung crucial info or evidence. Mr. Chair, doon sa sinasabi ninyo, wala kayong ebidensya.
Opo.
Yun lang, Mr. Chair, based sa SC case, dapat the reason for immediacy is the consideration that as the time gap from the commission of the crime to the arrest widens, the pieces of information gathered are prone to become contaminated and subjected to external factors, interpretations, and hearsay. So, Mr. Chair, parang kung wala namang physical evidence, puro sa witness, so doon lang tayo nagdadwell. Ako, tingin ko, Mr. Chair, kailangan din natin malaman talaga yung specifics ng case. To give way to others, Mr. Chair, baka later magtanong pa ako, but to give way to our colleagues sa mga tanong nila. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's the reason why we asked a while ago kung na-search nila yung hotel, na-search nila yung sasakyan. Most likely, kung talagang may nakita kayo doon, ang ganda sana di ba? But you did not done it. But of course, hindi naman siya, well, kung you deem it right na not to search it anymore, well, it's your prerogative being the investigator. And we respect that. Pero may tanong ako doon, General Lucas, RD, ilang weeks na sila nakakulong doon?
Sir, more than 2 weeks na po, sir.
2 weeks na. Pero nasa pa rin siya? Nasa lokal or nalipat na sa BJMP? Kasi nakapag-file na ng kaso, di ba?
Sir, nasa Katanawan Police Station po sa local.
So hindi pa siya nalilipat ng
Yes, sir.
BJMP.
Opo.
Okay, sige. Yung about do sa, what do you call that? Yung, I'm sorry, Congressman, may tatanong lang ako, Congressman Richard, before I recognize you. Yung sa cyber patrolling, meron ako nabasa tungkol sa cyber patrolling na check nyo sa Facebook. Yung, how does it work? Paano nyo ginagampanan yung, tinitingnan ba natin yung mga Facebook ng mga...
Bali po, nagkandak po kami ng sarili naming cyber patrolling dahil hindi po namin talaga kilala itong mga sinasabi naming suspect. Ngayon po, inisip namin na posible kaming makakuha ng ibang mga detalye sa buhay nila sa pamamagitan po ng social media.
So once na lang na merong kasong ganyan. Pero hindi kayo nagsa-cyber patrolling regularly. I mean, baka mamaya tinitingnan niyo na yung Facebook namin or whatever, yung aming privacy lahat. Walang ganon, ha?
Opo.
Walang ganon, ha? Kumbaga, sinasabi niyo lang, since may case na ganon, kaya
Yun lang
kaya
po yung
tinignan niyo.
isang paraan para maghanap
Baka
ng
kasi
ibang
makakita
detalye.
niyo yung Facebook ni Richard Gomez, may mga sikreto doon eh. Congressman Richard Gomez, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Kung pakikinggan natin yung story, parang merong inconsistencies, no? But that still needs to be proven, no? Nung part ng aresto ninyo, at saka nung bago kayo nakapag-file, wala bang CCTV dun sa mga paligid? Sa kalsada, sa hotel, kung nasan yung taong hinuli ninyo?
Bali po, nagkandak po kami ng backtracking sa CCTV simula po doon sa incident scene. Dumaan po ng bayan ng poblasyon ng Katanawan, gawa ng Amulanay po ay from incident scene, dadaan pa po ng poblasyon ng Katanawan bago
So
po
may
makarating ng
CCTV, nasundan nyo sa CCTV?
May nasundan po kami na nakasakay sa dalawang motor na 4 na lalaki, subalit hindi po namin ito napalinaw dahil ang takbo po ng motor ay mabilis.
Nakilala ng witness yung ganun kabilis?
Hindi naman po kinilala ng witness base sa CCTV footage yung mga witness.
Hinabol nyo yun? Yun yung hinabol nyo?
Tinuloy-tuloy lang po namin yung backtracking pero hindi rin po namin nakilala base sa footage ng CCTV.
Pero after a while, nahawakan nyo yung grupo ni Jade Castro, di ba?
Opo.
Nakuha nyo yung information.
Opo.
Tapos pinakawalan ninyo. Pinalayan nyo for a while.
Hindi na rin po.
O pinabalik nyo sa hotel o anong ginawa nyo?
Bali po, bumalik po sila nung pong na-meet namin sila ni Nahepe sa 7-Eleven. Ako po ay nandun naiwan sa Mikasa. Bumalik po sila doon.
Bumalik sa?
Sa Mikasa Resort po, sa Mulanay.
Bumalik siya sa resort?
Opo.
So yun nga, ibig sabihin, binitawan nyo sila, pinapunta nyo sa resort?
Hindi naman po totally binitawan. Sumunod naman po ang mobile patrol namin. Kasama naroon si Hepe.
So from that point, pinatawag nyo sila ulit, di ba? Tinawag nyo ba sila ulit sa presinto?
Bali, in-invite na po, simula po sa Mikasa Resort.
Kasi yun yung point na nakikita namin na meron inconsistency sa hot pursuit eh. Tama ba yun?
Bali po, tungkol po sa hot pursuit. Ang idea po na nagkaroon lang po kami ng malinaw na sinasabi na sila po ang mga witness ay nung pong time na sila po ay iniharap namin nung sila po ay nakaharap ng mga witness face to face. Doon na po kami naniwala na sila po talaga yung mga witness. Nung pong sa picture, base po sa picture, hindi pa po kami talaga naniniwala na sila po yung sinasabi nilang witness. Ang kailangan pa po namin magawa, iharap sila ng face to face. At yun po yung nangyari. Kaya po nung nakaharap namin sila ng face to face, nakaharap sila ng witness, tinuro, doon lang po namin sila totally inaresto.
Gano'ng katagal ho yun? Ilang oras yun?
From the time of incident po, tumagal po ng almost 22 hours.
Part pa rin ng hot pursuit yung gano'ng kahaba?
Bali po, hindi po naman kami tumigil ng pagkakandak ng investigation.
Okay.
Ang katunayan po, nag-backtrack po kami ng CCTV.
Sige, salamat po. Sa part po ng family ni Direk Jade Castro tsaka dun sa Directors Guild, doon muna sa parents ni JD. Ano yung ginawa ni JD dun sa Quezon? Na miesta?
Mr. Chair, pumunta po sila dahil merong Kokolunay Festival.
Okay.
So, dumating po sila doon ng January 31.
Okay.
Actually, before po, meron na silang ka-contact doon dahil nagtatanong na sila ng accommodation tungkol doon sa festival.
Pero ang pagkakalam niyo, ang purpose ni JD is to join the festivities.
Mag-join.
Okay.
Mahilig kasi sila sa ganun eh.
Okay. Sa part naman ng DGPI, yours is an attestation of his good character. No?
Yes.
Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Kasi may problema tayo. Ang question ko lang ho sa inyo, especially dun sa parents ni JD, nag-file na ho ba kayo ng complaint? Pwede naman kayo mag-file ng complaint sa PLEB or sa NAPOLCOM eh. Para kung talaga may problema, ma-file nyo administrative case sila. Sa PLEB ho kasi that will only take 60 days? I think 60 days, no?
Siguro po, ang
To take
mas
action?
makakasagot niyan yung lawyer namin. Mas alam kasi nila yung
O kasi matagal-tagal na rin ho
procedure.
ito, mahaba-haba na rin.
19
Para on your
days na
part,
po.
at least to protect yourself, at saka dun sa inquiry ng DGPI, pwede naman kayo mag-file ng complaint sa kanila.
Sumusunod lang po kami sa advice ng mga
Ay,
abogado.
kasi marami ho sa amin dito nag-mayor eh, kaya alam ho namin na isa sa mga procedures yun para at least on your part, malaman niyo rin kung ano yung ginagawa ng mga polis. Tama-tama, andyan po yung NAPOLCOM. Sa PLEB naman, pwede ho kayo mag-file sa munisipyo or sa city kung city man yun.
Salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's it. Okay. So, any other members who wanted to ask questions? Congressman Ace Barbers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Sunod
just
ka. Pare, ikaw sunod.
kanina kasi when Congresswoman Brosas was asking questions, she started off by asking questions tungkol dun sa karakter nung mga suspects, no? And none of our resource persons here that we invited has spoken against the character of Mr. Castro et al. No? Doon naman sa ating membro sa Philippine National Police, I just wanted to ask, Mr. Chair, doon sa inyong investigation at base din doon sa mga salaysay ng mga witnesses, pwede bang sabihin mo sa amin, ano sa tingin mo ang motibo nung apat na mga suspects para sunugin yung bus? Meron ba kayo na-establish na ganon? Base lang sa inyong it can be your opinion, it can be based on the evidence that nakuha nyo. Sa tingin mo, anong...
Bali, isa lang po yung sinasabi namin na possible. Yung pong kami nga po yung nag-conduct ng cyber patrolling at lumabas po doon na itong si Jade Castro, ayaw niya po ng hindi po siya sumusuporta sa modernization ng jeep.
Bago kayo nag-cyber, what do you call that?
Cyber patrolling.
Cyber patrolling. I have no idea, Mr. Chair, kung ito ay tama o illegal or illegal. Kasi ngayon ko lang narinig yung cyber patrolling na word, no? Sa base dun sa kasi yung police report nyo, yung inyong nabasa at napakinggang salaysay ng mga witnesses, ano sa tingin mo, you're the chief of police, no? Ano sa tingin nyo ang motibo? Ano sa tingin nyo ang motibo?
Bali, the first motive, sir, lumabas sa namin po, sir, based on assessment namin, sir, nagkaroon po kami ng cyber patrolling nga po, sir, and then yun po yung lumabas. And then pinapakita po doon sa cyber patrolling niya, talaga pong umayaw siya doon sa mga posting na ayaw niya po ng modernization jeep, sir.
So dahil doon, sa tingin nyo, yun ang mabigat na motibo, kaya karapat dapat na makasuhan yung apat?
Ay, para sa akin po bilang investigator on case ay hindi po yun ang dahilan. Kumbaga, ang dahilan po kaya po namin sila kinasuhan dahil sila po ang tinuturo ng mga ng mga witness po.
Oh, yun ang sinasabi ko na yun dapat na sagot mo eh. Ang dahil mong may cyber patrolling ka kasing sinabi.
Opo.
Kasi pag ganyan, matatakot si chairman na yung kanyang mga date nung Valentine's tsaka post-Valentine's, makita nyo rin sa cyber patrolling na sinasabi. Di ba? So, ang punto ko lamang po, Mr. Chair, is that yung pagkaka-aresto, pagkaka-file ng kaso doon sa mga suspects, alleged suspects, or suspects doon sa pagsusunog ng bus, must be first established by the police so that may basihan yung ating prosecutor. Diba? Kaya nga kanina, tinatanong ni Congresswoman Brosas, kung nandito yung dating abogadong nag-handle nung kaso. Kasi he could have probably established a prima facie or mabigat na dahilan or probable cause para i-file niya yung kasong yon sa korte. Dun lang kung ambasihan lang natin yung salaysay nung ibang witnesses. Kanina sinabi, mukhang may konting hindi pagkakapare-parehas, no, ng kanilang salaysay. So bakit ganun? So I guess, Mr. Chairman, siguro tama yung invitasyon dun sa ating dating abogado na nag-handle nito. And siguro isama na rin. I don't know if we also invited the prosecutor. So
we
maybe,
haven't discussed the prosecutor yet.
or maybe we can ask him to be present in our next hearing so that he can help us dito sa ating
Yes,
investigation.
we will do that, Congressman Ace Barbers. We will be inviting the prosecutor as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is that all,
That's all.
Congressman Barbers? Okay, so Congressman Arrogancia, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, for the information of everybody, with my colleagues and all the members of the director guilds and all the PNP officers who are here, nangyari ang crime sa distrito ko. So, Bondok Peninsula is my district, Katanawan is my district, at yung pinangyarihan kung saan sinunog yung minibus ay sa harapan mismo ng aking gate ng property ko sa Katanawan, Quezon. So, kung titingnan natin yung lugar ng layo ng Katanawan to Mulanay, and that is I think 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the evening, Mulanay is only 15 minutes away from Katanawan, Quezon. So kanina nakikinig ako habang sinasabi nyo yung statements at wala naman tayong inaakusahan na guilty rito yung mga respondents. Pero yung sa akin is my own opinion at base sa resolution ng piskal, I think it is really unfair na tingnan yung lapses ng bawat party. Ang point dito is siguro since nasa court ito, kami sa Congress, sa committee, ay maaaring pakinggan namin yung bawat party. Pero I think the best solution ay i-depend sa yung sarili sa court. Kasi andun wala na tayong magagawa Kahit magtanong tayo ng sobra-sobrang pagtatanong, andun na siya sa court. Wala na magagawa tayo sa Kongreso para doon sa kaso na to. Ngayon, kung titingnan natin, tatanungin natin ng witness, personally, may personal knowledge yung witness kung sino yung nakita nila na umakyat doon sa minibus. Personally, nung pinapara ng alleged na arsonist yung minibus, according to the witness, wala naman daw bonnet. So nakita, kung sino may nakita ng witness, kaharap nila yung arsonist, maaaring yun yung kanyang experience, nakita niya nung oras na yon. So, Mr. Chairman, for me, hindi ko na kailangan tanungin ang bawat isa. Ang sa akin lang is, I am making a statement based doon sa mga nakita ko at narinig ko. At the same time, it is my district na kailangan din na gusto ko na ang bisita sa aming distrito ay safe all the time. At ang bisita sa aming distrito ay welcome. Ang mga turista ay welcome sa aming distrito, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, before we ask the NAPOLCOM, saka DILG, so we will, I know, that's the reason why I reserving your time, your last, ikaw ang muli magsasalita. Okay, ikaw na muna, bago sila yan siya. Yes, Congressman. So we'll be asking the next interpellator, are you going to yield For the
isang
moment.
question lang sa akin, Mr. Chair.
Oh, isang question lang daw
Isang ano lang.
si Attorney Rehencia.
No, gawin
Si
mo yung dalawa.
si Congressman Rehencia. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nakikita ko rito na ang mga akusado, yung counsel nila na dapat nilang sinandalan, ay pumirma doon sa waiver pursuant to Article 125 of the Revised Penal Code. So dapat doon, hindi pinapirma sa abogado na magpayag sila na i-waive nila yung karapatan nila. Doon nakalusot yung mga kapulisan natin. Doon nakalusot ang hot pursuit operations sa ating mga kapulisan. Kay Mr. and Mrs. Castro, hindi naman ako pumanig doon sa mga kapulisan. For all you know, I am a former police officer for 30 years. And I was also incarcerated for the crime which I did not committed. Nasa-charge ako ng multiple murder. So nakulong ako ng mahigit 1 taon. Dapat dito, ayusin na lang sa abogado on the side of Mr. Castro. Kasi ang kaso na ito, arson, walang piyansa ito eh. Katulad ng murder, multiple murder. Kasi this is punishable by reclusion perpetua, reclusion temporal in its minimum period to reclusion perpetua in its maximum period. Walang piyansa yon. On the part naman sa ating kapulisan, I can say that the alibi cannot overcome the positive identification of the witnesses. This should be proven before the court of law. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay, maraming salamat. So, Congressman Richard Gomez, you have the floor.
No, Mr. Chair, rejoinder lang. Sa police yung sa hot pursuit niyo, question lang. Nung dineclare niyo ba yun na hot pursuit siya, is it recorded? Blinatre niyo ba?
Bali po, nakablatter po sa amin noong time na dinala po sa police station.
Hindi, yung mismong action niyo, blinatre niyo as hot pursuit? Yes or no?
Hindi po napatala sa blatter yung hot pursuit.
So hindi siya,
yung
hindi
action
siya
taken lang
recorded.
po namin ang naka-blatter.
Hindi siya recorded, hindi siya declared as a hot pursuit.
Opo, yun po mga ginawa lang po namin ang napatala doon, kaugnay doon sa kaso.
Mr. Chair, I think that's very important, no, sa case na to. So we should get a record from the police sa actual data nila sa notes nila if dineclare ba nila as hot pursuit.
Oh, I think that was the basis of the prosecutor for them to decided na nag-decide ang prosecutor based on that do sa submission nila which is on the procedure that they have done. It is under the hot pursuit hot pursuit situation. And that was the basis of the prosecutor.
Recorded,
But
Mr. Chair.
of course, because of the waiver of the mga accused, that was corrected yung hot pursuit. Diba? Yan yung pinag-uusapan namin dito. At anyway, ang problem nga, we have to invite si attorney, what's the name of the guy? Attorney Abadilla, no? Kasi there are allegations coming from the group of Jade Castro that hindi nila alam. But of course, we have to find out the veracity. Of course, tama rin si Congressman Arrogancia because they are all college graduate. Baka hindi sila properly informed. And that's the reason why we wanted to ask yung si attorney, para makita natin. Because may gray area doon Nagkaroon tayo ng gray area doon that it was force, push, or on their own volition. That we have to find out. Okay? So, basically, we're almost done because meron tayong second agenda. But before we proceed, before I ask the NAPOLCOM and the ILG about the issue. So, Congressman Acop, you have now the floor. Sige, ikaw na.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alam naman po natin, and my record would speak for itself, na kung mali yung ginagawa ng pulis, ako pa nga nag-iimbestiga at nagpa-file ng kaso laban sa kanila. But this, after reading all the documents submitted by the different parties to this, Kung meron mang pagkakamali ng abogado ng kabila, pagkakamali ng abogado ginawa ng mga pulis, this was cured by the signing of the waiver pursuant to Article 125. But be that as it may, para matanong ko lang yung kapulisan, anong klaseng arson ang finalyo sa kanila?
Bali po, ang inaipal na po sa court, destructive arson po.
And this is provided for by the revised penal code but amended by a law. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Yes, Republic Act 7659. And kagaya ng sinabi ni Honorable Rehencia kanina, formerly it was punishable by reclusion temporal in its minimum period, at saka reclusion perpetua sa maximum. Pero hindi na. Dapat nga to death, pero inalis naman natin yung death penalty. So, ang pinakamatagal, reclusion perpetua. Now, may I know, under what provision of law na nakalagay yung pagsunog ng minibus ay destructive arson? Kasi yun po yung final nyo na kaso eh.
Wala yan eh. Nasa PD 163, 160, 163. Pero may mga tao involved. Pero sa minibus na wala.
Yes. Sagutin mo yung tanong ko, Chief.
Sir, according to Section 10, Article 320 of the same code, Series B, amended to read as follow. Sir, Article 320, destructive arson. Yun, sir, the penalty of
Para pinahirapan mo sila. Alam mo ko rin yun. Mabigat yung tanong mo yan.
Do you have your RD? Meron ba kayong legal officer na kasama?
RD Mike, please. RD Mike. Change the mic of the regional director, please. Can you kindly check the other mics there? Kung wala siya. Oo nga eh. 1 minute suspension. Technical lang yan. Okay na? Okay na? Saan pumunta?
Yun. Sa camera na. So,
Kami na, hello. Ayan. Hearing resume. Okay. So we'll be proceeding. Congressman Nakop, you have the floor.
Doon sa paragraph, sir, any train or locomotive, ship or vessel, airship or airplane devoted to transportation or conveyance or public use, entertainment or leisure, sir.
So yung minibus under the term locomotive, tama rin po ba?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Di tama po yung kaso na ifinanyo laban sa kanila. Now, let's go to the other issue. When can a peace officer or a citizen of this country arrest a person without any warrant of arrest? Kasi yun yung issue na nilalabas tungkol sa kaso na ito eh. There are 3 instances according to the rules of court. Tama po ba?
Arrest without warrant. A peace officer or private person may without a warrant arrest a person when in his presence the person to be arrested has committed, is actually committing or attempting to commit an offense.
Yan yung kwan, in flagrante delicto na sinasabi ninyo ng mga kapulisan, di ba?
Sir.
Yes. What's the second one?
When an offense has just been committed and he has probable cause to believe, based on his personal knowledge of facts or circumstances, that the person to be arrested has committed it. See, when the person to be arrested is prisoner who has escaped from penal establishment or place where he is serving final judgment or temporarily confined while his case is pending or has escaped while being transferred from one confinement area to another.
Kung titingnan po natin, yung pag-aresto po ninyo dun sa accused ay under paragraph 2. Yung second situation, tama rin po ba?
Tama po.
Tama. At dyan din malalaman natin kung they were arrested also pursuant to a hot pursuit operation. Tama rin po ba?
Tama po.
Yes. Now, how do you define yung second one? A peace officer or a private person may, without a warrant of arrest, arrest a person when an offense has just been committed and has probable cause to believe, based on his personal knowledge of facts or circumstances, that the person to be arrested has committed it. Ikaw ba yung investigador?
Yes po, ako po yung investigador.
So, nakita mo ba na na-fulfill itong Section 5B of Rule 113?
Opo, dahil nasaksihan ko po yung na mayroon po talagang sinunog na bus at nakausap ko po yung witness at sinabi po nila na may 4 na tao ang suspect na nagsunog ng bus.
At ang sinasabi po ninyo, tuloy-tuloy po yung ginawa po ninyo sa investigasyon hanggang dun sa pag-aresto at pag-file ng kaso.
Opo.
Tama.
Simula po nung time na mangyari yung incident at nakausap po namin itong witness, tuloy-tuloy na po yung aming ginawang follow-up operation para lang po tuluyang makilala itong mga sinasabing 4 na lalaki na suspect na nagsunog ng minibus.
Thank you. So, in other words, the person was arrested pursuant to the provisions of Rule 113, Section 5B of the Rules of Court. Tama?
Tama po.
So, as far as this interpolator is concerned, nasunod naman yung requirements for that rule na yung immediacy na tinatanong kanina ni Arlene Brosas na from the time of the commission of the offense up to the time of the arrest ay dire-diretso dapat yung operation.
Apo, dire-diretso naman po yung ginawa namin operation at follow-up operation.
Yeah, thank you. May I ask the Chief of Police? Yung bang mga accused, talagang may reservation doon sa hotel?
Pali po sir, meron sir silang, nag-text po sir sila doon, and then may reservation sir sila, pero nag-advance sir sila. Dapat sir sila ay, according to Mikasa sir, sa record nila, February 1 pa sana sir is darating sila. Naging January 31 sir sila dumating sir ng hapon sir.
Tama ba yung pagkarinig ko na February 1 yung reservation nila pero January 31 nag-check-in sila?
Yes sir, opo sir.
Yes. And no explanation was given, or did you ever ask that question?
Sir, may I repeat the question sir?
I beg your pardon?
Sir, may I repeat the question sir? May I repeat also?
Hindi nyo tinanong kung bakit ganon?
Bale sir, tinanong namin sir yung Mikasa sir.
Hindi, yung mga accused nung kuwan na.
Bale sir, sila sir ay kada salita nila sir ay kinakailangan na sir ng kanilang counsel sir, kaya hindi na sir sila nagsasalita po sir.
Okay. Now, at what point in time did you know na merong arson na nangyayari?
Bale sir, noong almost 8 ng gabi sir, nung tumawag sir yung concerned citizen sir, doon namin nalaman sir na may nangyayaring arson sir.
Sa report ninyo, ang sinabi ninyo, the arson was committed on or about 7:30 in the evening.
Yes sir.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Yun sir yung sinabi sir nung witness sir na yung pagbaba niya sir, yung pagbaba ng mga witness sir. Yung witness po sir yung nag-ano po nun sir. Victims. Sorry sir.
Yeah, yung mga witnesses ninyo ang nagsabi.
Yes sir.
Na
Witness,
7:30.
Yes sir.
Okay. Now, yung bus nang galing sa Gumaka, di ba?
Yes sir, opo sir.
Tagarong ka sa Quezon. How long would a bus travel from Gumaka to Katanawan?
Kaya niya sir ng 2 hours sir na takbuhin sir. Yun lang yung ano lang sir, yung mabagal sir. Pero kung bibilisan mo sir, kaya sir yun ng 1 oras sir.
Okay. So, tama rin yung statement ng driver. Kasi tinitignan ko kung nag-uuma lahat yung statement eh. Second issue, kagaya ng sinabi kanina ng mga ibang director, they cannot understand na may must yung mga alleged perpetrators, paano nakilala. Pwede ko bang malaman kung paano na-identify ng mga witnesses yung pagmumuka o kung sino-sino yung mga tao?
Na-identify sir ng mga witnesses natin sir kung sino-sino sir yung mga tao. Kasi sir, nung tumatakbo sir yung sasakyan, bigla nila sir pinatigil, ay may ilaw pa siya sir, may ilaw. Kumbaga sir, malakas yung ilaw, ang ilaw sir ipapaganyan. Kasi modernized jeep siya sir, mataas yung kanyang ilaw. So, nung tumigil siya, is buhay pa sir yung ilaw, tapos nakilala sir yung mga suspect dahil wala pa sir silang lagay sa mukha sir. Since na hindi raw sir sila hindi titigilan kung may lagay sir sa mukha sir, may takip. So naglagay na lang sir sila, according to witness sir, naglagay na lang sir ng takip sa mukha sir nung sumakay na sir sa sasakyan sir.
So, ang sinasabi po nyo sa amin, nakilala lang sila nung nailawan sila ng headlight. Dahil pumara sila, siyempre, tumatakbo yung sakyan, naka-on yung headlight, nakita sila nung pumara. Yung po ba ang ibig nyo sabihin?
Bali, isa po sir yun. And then, pangalawa sir, yung isang suspect sir is lumapit sa driver. And then, pinapatay sir yung sasakyan. And then, yung sa, ano sir, ng ilaw. Yun sir, yung, tapos sir, yung umakyat sir. Bali, kita kasi sir ng isang witness natin sir kasi nasa unahan sir siya, yung isang witness sir. Sa unahan nakaupo. Ganon din sir yung conductor sir. Kita nila sir, yung tatlo na tao na nasa loob sir, is kitang-kita sir yung sa labas sir na yung nagpara sir ng sasakyan.
Yun yung pang-apat na nasa kaliwa. Yung lumapit sa driver.
Yes sir, yung sa kaliwa
Yes.
sir.
Hindi siya nakamask na lumapit.
Yes sir, wala po sir.
So, kaya siya nakilala na puti ang buhok at may salamin, according to the statements of the witnesses.
Yes sir.
Okay. Thank you. Tama rin yung sabi po ninyo na kung ako ang driver, bakit ako titigil kung nakamask yung papara sa akin? So, yung mga statement ng mga kwan is logical. Kasi kung nakamas antimano yung mga accused at paparahin na isang sasakyan, bakit titigil yung driver? The other issue is, wala po bang nakatira dun sa malapit na nakita itong incidenting ito? Do you have any other witnesses aside from the passengers, the drivers, and the conductor?
Bali po, sa lugar po mismo na kung saan nasunog itong minibus, wala pong bahay doon. Pero ang bahay po na nakapwesto doon, siguro po almost 100 meters ang layo doon sa incident scene. At doon din po nakatira itong isang tanod na napadaan sa lugar na yon bago pa po masunog itong minibus.
Pakiulit nga yung huli. Mayroong
may isa pong tanod na nakatira almost 100 meters away from the incident scene. At siya po, bago masunog yung bus, dumaan po siya sa lugar na yan. At nakita niya po yung sinasabing 3 tao at saka 3 tao sa lugar na kanan ng bus nung mangyari ang sunog. At isa naman po doon sa kaliwa na di umano sabi ng witness ay nakasalamin.
Yung bang taong ito na sinasabi niyong witness, kinunan niyo ba ng statement?
Meron po, kinunan po.
And was this submitted to the provincial, to the investigating prosecutor?
Na-submit po.
Okay. Thank you. The other issue is, so, doon na-solve yung issue na kung paano sila nakilala. Di po ba? The other issue is the issue of alibi. Yung nasa ibang lugar sila habang yung arson ay nangyayari. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Now, how would you answer na yung alleged suspects ay nandun sa isang lugar habang yung pagsusunog ng minibus ay nangyayari? How were you able to refute that?
Bali po sa information pong nakalap ko bilang investigador on case, ito pong caretaker ng Mikasa Resort ay nag-report sa Police Mulanay. Ang sabi po niya, dumating doon nung 5:48 ng hapon. Ngayon po, ang kasumpong information, sinabi nila na umalis po itong 4 na lalaki sakay ng kanilang kotse, ganap na mga 6:30 ng hapon, at nung pong time na masunog itong minibus sa Katanawan, Quezon, ito pong 4 na lalaki na ito ay hindi pa rin po bumabalik dun sa Mikasa Resort kung saan po sila nag-check-in. At bumalik po sila ay ayon sa caretaker ng Mikasa Resort, 1:30 na po ng madaling araw ng February 1.
Pero ang allegation kasi, Iho, ay merong nag-testify na taga municipality ng Bulanay na nakita sila at the time na nasusunog yung bus at saka naandun sila sa lugar na yun. Yun yung testimony ng mga, if I remember it, 2 government officials.
Tama po.
Yes.
Bali yan din po yung testimony na sinasabi nila, pero inaantay po namin na ilabas doon sa pinagbigyan po sila na makasagot sa kanilang counter affidavit, subalit hindi naman po na isubmit sa court, sa fiscal office yung kanilang counter affidavit na nagsasabi na sila nga po ay magkausap nung time na nangyari yung incident na pagsunog ng minibus.
Tama po yung sinabi ninyo, yung witnesses na ito, their statements were not presented by the counsel. Doon po sa preliminary investigation. Tama?
Tama po.
And therefore, since it was these statements were not submitted, binaliwala ng prosecutor yon.
Tama po.
Kasi ikaw ang humaharap doon, di ba?
Opo.
Being the investigator. So, dito po, nakikita po natin yung lapses ng nangyari. Yung unang abogado, yung counsel, kaya pinasosomon. Would you agree with that, yung bagong lawyers ng mga accused?
Well, Mr. Chair, if you read Article 125 kasi, kahit po mga estudyante ko nahihirapan maintindihan yun eh. Mga gusto na po yan mag-abogado. So, ang iba nga po, kahit abogado na, nagtatanong pa rin sa akin. Kasi po, mahirap talaga siya naintindihin. Siguro po, as part of the mandate of this committee, it's an inquiry in aid of legislation. I think po, Congress can make our laws more understandable. Kasi kung yung nag-aaral nga po ng abogasiya, nahihirapan yun maintindihan, paano pa kaya po yung walang pinag-aralan? So, yun po yung call doon. And, I think po, kailangan, I'm a teacher po kasi, hindi ko kayang mapabayaan na mali yung pagkakaintindi. If there's something wrong with the answer or the explanation, I have to call it outright. So, I just want to make it clear, Mr. Chair, that nothing cures an illegal arrest. Okay? Wala pong makaka-cure doon. The waiver of Article 125 only cures the period that you are detained without a valid warrant. Okay po? When you waive Article 125, sinasabi mo, okay, pag ako inaresto, dapat, within 36 hours, na-file na sa kaso yung court. Na-file na yung kaso sa court. But pag ako nag-waive ng 125, sige, piskal, magdesisyon ka. Magdesisyon ka, pero ako, dito muna sa loob. Dito muna sa kulungan. Yun po yung hindi naiintindihan ng iba. Kasi po, ang iba, pag sinabing, okay, mag-waive ako ng 125, kasi bibigyan ako ng tsansa magpaliwanag. Bibigyan ka po ng tsansa magpaliwanag, pero wini-waive mo yung right mo na i-release ka within 36 hours. Pag wini-waive mo po yon, okay, dito lang ako sa loob ng kulungan habang si piskal nagdidesisyon. Yun po ang konsekwensya ng 125. I want to make it very clear po sa lahat ng mga estudyante ko, sa lahat ng law students, nothing cures an illegal arrest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Narinig ko na rin po yan nung nag-aaral po ako ng law. Kaya wag nyo na po kaming lecturean dyan. Nothing cures an illegal arrest, but you have to prove that the arrest was illegal yet. Di po ba? Because if you allege that the arrest was illegal, then you have to prove that the arrest was illegal.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
He who averts must prove it. Tama rin po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And you do not agree with the ruling of the prosecutor insofar as explaining the repercussions of waiving or availing of Article 125.
Well, Mr. Chair, this case is already filed in court and I am already bound by the sub judice rule.
Okay. But in this jurisdiction, we're not bound by the sub judice rule.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but
Yes,
as a lawyer,
there are rulings
I am.
of the Supreme Court already that proves or that says that we are not bound by the sub judice rule. in committee hearings of this House of Representatives.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Because if you read the ruling, nandito naman po yung kwan eh. I do not know if you have read the resolution of the investigating prosecutor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I read it personally when it was emailed to us.
Yes, and I would just like to emphasize that paragraph, and I would like to quote, "This undertaking were clearly discussed by their counsel." It pertains to the waiver of the rights. Before they voluntarily signed the waiver, the respondents were award-winning film director who graduated from a prestigious university. The other two respondents were both civil engineers, and the other is a sales manager. It is impossible that they did not understand the contents of the request, since their own lawyer assisted them in the process of signing them. That's the exact wordings of the resolution of the prosecutor or investigating prosecutor. Yun po yung kwan. So, while I agree with you that students of law, or even lawyers for that matter, do not fully grasp the meaning of this waiver, I agree with you, Madam. Pero, ito po ay kasama sa protocol, di po ba? At ginawa naman, pinagawa ng prosecutor na yung counsel of choice ipaliwanag bago pirmahan yung waiver na yon. That is the protocol, di po ba? Kasi I have been an investigator in my whole life. At ginagawa talaga ito. Di po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, yeah. So, nagawa naman yung prosecutor lahat ng protocol para maprotektahan yung karapatan ng mga accused. The way I look at it, yun ang kwan. Doon sa mga pulis, doon sa hot pursuit to be kwan, hindi naman kailangan na ilagay mo doon sa blatter na you're conducting hot pursuit. Hot pursuit is brought about because of the second instance where you can arrest a person without any warrant of arrest. Kaya intindihin po yun. Kasi palagi nyo ginagamit yung term na hot pursuit, wala naman sa provision of law yung term na hot, or yung phrase na hot pursuit eh. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi
thank you so much.
Itong kaso ay nasa korte na.
Oo nga eh. So,
doon na sila maglaban-laban. Thank you, Mr.
I was
Chair.
listening intently, doon sa mga pinag-uusapan ng both lawyers, no. I was about to say something then na Duralex said Lex, no. I took up law also for 1 year and the law may be hard but it's still the law, di ba? Ang hirap no. But we know maraming mga lapses dun sa procedure that we need to understand, especially dun sa attorney that convinced the poor suspects to sign the waiver and thereby creating a solution for the hot pursuit. And it pains us, no? Dahil nga, of course, kung talagang walang kasalanan, dapat wala na sa kulungan. Pero kung may kasalanan, dapat nakakulong pa sila. That's the essence of democracy in this country, and we have to accept that. And our role in this committee is to find out yung lapses of the procedures of the police. We have seen, and that's the reason why we invited the NAPOLCOM and the ILG to somehow, yung the appreciation of the NAPOLCOM with regards to those not provision but the situation wherein the hot pursuit was established, and thereby the decision of the prosecutor was based on that narrative. So can you kindly give us some inputs on this? Siguro unahin na muna natin sino, NAPOLCOM muna o DILG muna? DILG muna. O sige, DILG, please.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Base po sa mga narinig po natin ngayon po sa mga testimonya ng ating mga resource person, Unang-una po, ang unang komento ko po, no, gusto ko lang hong i-acknowledge din po yung ginawa ng ating PNP. Kita naman po natin na yung kanilang commitment na to resolve, no, mga ganitong crime, alinsunod sa kanilang duty to protect and to serve. So, maliwanag naman ho na tumugon naman kaagad sila doon sa pangangailangan na dapat they need to resolve the crime immediately. So, doon po sa puntong iyon ay nire-recognize ko naman po ang kanilang pong magandang ginawa. Second comment lang ho natin, doon po sa investigation side, sa nakikita ko po ang pangangailangan po ng ating PNP na palakasin pa po natin siguro po yung kanilang kapasidad, yung kanilang kaalaman tungkol po sa investigation. Baka ho kailangan din ho natin tingnan yon. Sa amin po sa DILG, ugnay po kami sa PNP kung ano po yung mga gaps po. No? Baka may kailangan silang tulong doon. Maaaring po sa Kongreso, baka kailangan din ho nila ng tulong sa mga gamit, sa mga pondo, kasi kailangan din ho nila ng continuous capacity building, continuous education. Mga legal po, kailangan din ho nila ng mga abogado na gagabay sa kanilang mga kilos. Kasi very sensitive po talaga to. Maski naman po nung nakaraan, maraming diskusyon na po tungkol dito po sa mga illegal search, illegal arrest. So kailangan din ho talaga nating palakasin ang ating PNP tungkol sa ganitong legal na usapin. With regards naman ho dun sa nakita naman ho natin dito na yung witnesses, may mga witnesses naman naka-identify naman dun sa mga sinabi na yun daw yung gumawa. And then ito yun naman ay isinang-ayunan ng prosecutor at ito yun naman ay nasa korte na. So with that ho, we leave it to the court na lang ho, to decide on the case based on the evidence naman ho submitted by our police and prosecutor.
Thank you. You have to consider as well the we've been discussing this lengthily, no, yung quota system, no, yung tinatawag natin na sweep justice that being perpetrated by our police officers. You have to find out as well, baka mamaya ganun yung ginagawa nila, kailangan 24 hours solve yung problem. Ang dami nating ganun ang dami nating naging problem, di ba, that yun ang naging kaso. So in this situation, you have to find out also ano yung mga naging naging what do you call that, accomplishment in the last few months. Kung panay sweep justice yan, panay ganyan, ang nangyayari, baka basically, there is a pattern. Kailangan makita nyo yan. So, I'm not saying that they have conducted sweep justices in all their crimes that have been committed in their area, but you have to look into that as well. Okay?
Mr. Chair, salamat
sige
po.
Napolcom, Vice Bernardo, please. Congressman ako, please. Yes? You were...
Before we leave the Undersecretary.
Yes, go ahead.
May I ask, you said capacity building for our investigators. First question, is there not enough budget for the training of our investigators?
Although I'm not privy po dun po sa pinaka-budget po nila, but I believe meron po naman po sila provided sa kanila po.
The next issue there is, yung training budget na given by the GAA to the Philippine National Police would entail yung training nila in every aspect of their work. Tama po?
Tama po.
Kung tatanungin ko po, how much of that budget is spent for the training of our policemen insofar as investigation is concerned? Makikita po ba natin?
Maaari pong alamin po namin, Mr. Chair, kung paano po na gagamit po yan.
Ang third na issue na susunod po doon ay, sige, sabihin na natin may budget. Meron po bang mga programa na kagaya ng pag-schooling ng ating mga investigador para mapabuti yung kanilang trabaho sa pag-iimbestiga?
Mr. Chair, alam ko, meron po yun. Pero kung ito po ba ay sapat, titignan din po namin kung ayun po ay sapat.
Thank you, Yusek. Is there a representative of the IDM here? Yes. You are the, please state your position.
Sir, I am Police Brigadier General Rodolfo Castil Jr., the Deputy DIDM, sir.
So you're the number 2 man.
Yes, sir.
Now, could you please tell this committee, meron po ba kayong courses in the conduct of criminal investigations?
Sir, actually, sir, under the...
Sagutin mo muna yung katanungan ko.
Yes, sir. Meron po kami, sir. It is under ng Special Investigation and Detective Management under po, sir, ng DIDM. Yan po, sir, yung IOBC natin. Saka CIC, sir. Yung Investigation Officers Basic Course po, sir. Na
Yes.
kinakandak po, sir, sa mga Chief of Police saka magiging Chief of Police po, sir.
Eh bakit yung chief of police? Hindi naman yung chief of police ang nag-imbestiga eh. Kung titignan mo, sarhento nga lang yung nag-iimbestiga eh.
Sir,
Hindi
meron din
dapat
po kami,
silang
sir, para sa...
estudyante ninyo.
Meron din po kami, sir, para sa mga PNCOs yung CIC, sir. Criminal Investigation Course, sir.
Okay, and you are around 200 plus uniform members, right?
Yes, sir.
And how many of this, in this number, how many are considered investigators?
Sir, I'm sorry, sir. As of now, wala po akong figure, sir. Pero yung gagiging procedure yan, sir, halos lahat na po ng Chief of Police, nag-undergone na po ng IOBC, and then yung mga assigned or designated investigators are graduate po ng Criminal Investigation Course, sir.
Okay. That is what you say. Pero kung binabasa ko yung investigation report ng mga kapulisan dito, it is not within the standard. Kaya yung Supreme Court, sinasabi nga, ina-admonish yung mga investigator natin because cases are dismissed because of sloppy investigation. Yun ang katotohanan. Supreme Court na nga mismo nagsasabi eh.
Sir, yan po siguro ang ibig sabihin ng ating DILG, sir, na palakasin at karagdagang kaalaman para sa mga kan natin, sir.
Eh kung yun ang kailangan ng sinasabi ng USEC na DILG, di gawin po ninyo.
Yes, sir.
Hindi ko po
We'll do that,
nakikita
sir.
na ginagawa ninyo eh.
Gagawin po namin, sir.
Yes.
We will invite kayo, sir. Baka invitahin din namin kayo, sir, na magturo kung pwede, sir.
Tapos na ako dyan, iho. Huwag mo akong pagturuin na. Kasi dito pa lang, hirap na ako. And I think that is part of your job there in the Philippine National Police.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I have
Yes, Congressman
to
Palma,
rejoinder
please.
lang sa kay Congressman Acop na ano, and to the investigation. I just want to suggest something to give more emphasis on the fundings of the investigation course. Kasi isang problema diyan, yung reshuffling ng investigators. Nagte-training sila after 3 months, 2 months, papalitan ng bagong hepe because hindi niya tao yung investigator. So dapat sana, there should be a continuity. Most of our cases, whether it's a SWIFT or otherwise, ang problema, nasa investigator yung the success or the failure of the cases filed before the court. So my suggestion, number 1, bigyan ng enough funding for the training. Number 2, if possible, walang palitan ho ng investigator para may continuity. Palitan mo yon without the proper training, yun ang problema. Sayang yung pera na binigay natin sa training, tapos all of a sudden, ganun na. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, since na-transfer na yung PNPA saka NPTI, di ba? Na-transfer na yun sa PNP eh. Di ba? And all the courses and all the curriculum that are being conducted by the new recruits are being undergone by the PNP, by the PNP, correct? So ang tanong ko, what changes transpired during the transfer of this authority being given to the PNP how many hours are being conducted for the criminal law? Halimbawa, doon sa mga bagong recruits, ilang oras ang inaalat natin para matutunan nila yung klase ng pag-iimbestiga? Baka kasi dyan tayo nagpe-fail eh. Doon sa courses that being conducted by the new recruits. Sa mga bagong recruits na mga, ano bang unang, patrolman ba yan? Patrolman na muna, di ba? O corporal, mga ganyan. Ilang oras ang inaalat natin sa kanila sa loob ng 6 months ba yan? 6 months sila, di ba? DIDM. Ilang months sila?
Sir, actually, sir, I'm very sorry kasi hindi ko sigurado, sir. It is under the PNTI or the DHRDD, sir. Sila po, sir, ang nakakuha ng POI po natin, sir.
Okay. Siguro, sino bang makakasagot dito? I think na Polcom, you can answer on this, ano? Kasi siyempre, anong klase ng pag-aaral na ginagawa ng mga new recruits? Kasi sila nakita mo yung mga mga nag-imbestiga, 'di ba? Ilang oras sila nag-aral ng investigasyon?
Salamat po, Chairman.
Sige, go ahead, BC.
Yung program of instruction nga po nagmumula doon sa National Police Training Institute. Mula doon sa non-commissioned officer at pati yung mga officer. At meron din pong curricula na piniprescribe ng Philippine National Police Academy para doon sa mga mag-oopisyal na magtitiniente. At yung mga opisyal na naman po mula tiniente pataas po, pari pong magkaroon ng training doon sa PNP Training Service. Totoo nga po na meron tayong tinatawag na Directorate for Human Resource and Doctrine Development. Kinakausap po namin sila na kinakailangan na-ladderize yung kanilang training modules para yung mga entry level at mga position, kasi meron po mga tinatawag na position description at mga specialized training na dapat ginagayak. Ito po sana magsimula sa training at mailagay sa manual of operation kagaya ng PNP operational procedure, at dapat ito rin yung performance evaluation at performance indicator. Kung yung mga na-train sa kanila nailagay doon sa manual of operation, at ito rin ba ang pinagbabasihan sa kanilang performance rating. Kagaya po ng observation kanina, kung maraming mga kaso na natatalo, yung mga investigador at yung mga dapat magiging base ito sa kanilang performance evaluation. Ito ba aaralin ito? Ano ba ang sanhi rito? Hindi ba ito naituro sa entry level o sa officers level?
Putulin na muna kita, BC, no? Gusto ko malaman kung doon sa performance basis nila, paano sila kinakategorize? For example, kasi usually ang sinasabi natin sa mga sa mga police natin, 'di ba, yung tinatawag natin na accomplishment report. Kapag ba na-file na nila, is that considered as accomplishment na? Or ang basis natin ay yung resulta nung kaso?
Maganda pong observation. Totoo po na hindi po na kami ngayon statistic ang pinagbabasihan. Halimbawa yung bilang ng aresto, hindi ito lang ang basihan para magkaroon siya ng positive performance rating. Ang pinag-uusapan kasi po meron bang peace and order? Hindi yung bilang ng huli ang magpapatunay na may peace and order. Gaya po ng drug affectation. Kailangan nababalidate po ito ng ADAG at nababalidate din ng PIDEA kung talagang wala nang hindi na ito nabibilang sa mga drug affected barangays. At yun po ang magiging basis ng performance. Kaya kung marais ang huli, hindi nangangahulugan ng mapayapa ang lugar o hindi mapayapa. At yung pagpa-file po ng case, hindi ito necessary na solve na yung case. Kasi kumisan po, natatalo pagdating po doon sa tamang estado na.
Pero yun na nagiging barometer ngayon ng ating pong mga kapulisan, yung ating RD, ito ba nagiging basehan natin minsan sa performance base natin, yung halimbawa yung na-accomplish mo yung report na numbers of crimes that was filed, or naka-base tayo doon sa case decided?
Sir, hindi lang po yan, pero isang factor din po yan po.
Oo, kasi dapat we have to consider minsan kasi gano'n na nadidinig namin sa ground na kailangan talagang maraming huli di ba? At kapag gano'n ang sitwasyon natin, nagka-base tayo dun sa gusto natin justice based on equality, di ba? Pero kung basta na lang mahuli para may accomplishment, that is something. Di ba? Kaya dapat i-clarify natin 'yon, maging klaro yung sa NAPOLCOM saka sa DILG that we will not base our performance accomplishment based on the numbers of crimes that have been reported. Dapat based on the decision, di ba? Am I right, BC?
Ganun po. Doon kasi po sa sa performance indicator, meron pong quality, quantity, tsaka timeliness, tsaka yung efficiency. Tinitignan po yung halimbawa dito sa quality. Gusto sana namin i-clarify yung sa police manual, kailan ba nagkakaroon ng hot pursuit? Ito ba kung meron nangyari doon ilang oras ang hot pursuit, at kung ito ay nandoon na sa kanyang place of abode, nasa bahay na ba siya, ito pa rin ba ay hot pursuit? At ika-clarify din namin sa kanila, ito bang out-of-court identification tumutugma? Kasi nga kung ito ay show up, o ito ba ay mugshot, ito ba ay line up, kung ito bang ginawa nila ay line up, ito ba ay tumutugon doon sa criteria na nasa abi ng Supreme Court na yung suggested procedure na tukoy ba yun?
In accordance with the decision of the Supreme Court, GR 208111, nabasa ko yan and we are considering dapat talaga yung lineup, police lineup must be considered properly. Kasi nga, you have to test the veracity ng sinasabi ng mga witnesses. So, you have to clear it with the officers and men and officers of the PNP. That dapat talagang sinusunod yung klaseng procedure that was stated in the decision of the Supreme Court. Have you done that?
Yun po ang nung aming tinatalakay po sa kanila yung mga drug cases, ito rin po yung sinasabi namin na yung chain of custody, ano ba yung immediacy at ano ba yung intervening period na dapat hindi na ito hot pursuit. Kasi nga marami ho silang sinasabi na hot pursuit daw ito, subalit hindi na. Kung ito ay huhulihin mo sa loob ng bahay, ito ba ay bahagi pa ng hot pursuit? Kaya sabi namin, kahit siya nandoon sa transient residence niya, ito ba ay papasok na sa hot pursuit? Yung invitation ba ito ba valid invitation to? Nasabi po kanina person of interest na siya. Nasabi ba doon sa akusado na siya ay under custodial investigation? Papasok na ba yung right to self-incrimination? Yung abogado ba, pinaliwanag ba ito sa kanya? Pero ito po ay sub judice na, kaya siguro sa mga darating na panahon, yun ang pag-uusapan namin dito. Kung itong mga bagay, hindi lang mahuli mo yung tao, kailangan merong rule-based na proseso rin na para magkaroon ng trust and confidence.
Actually, in accordance with Republic Act number 7438, once that you have invited, in-invite nila, it is under custodial investigation already. At kapag under ka ng custodial investigation, kailangan meron ka ng counsel. So, yun yung mga, I think, most likely lapses that have been committed, well, anyway, nasa korte na yan and they have to decide on this. But yun yung mga observation, personally akin, but not of the committee, of course. And siguro tatanungin ko lang si RD, last na para at least kasi we have to take a break as well dahil meron kaming alauna hearing pa. RD, kasi I heard that dito sa meron tayong tinatawag na parang doon sa pag-recruit natin ng mga bagong mga police ay nag-undergo sila sa tinatawag na psychological di ba, test. And meron ako nadinig na nagbalita sa akin that lahat ng dumadaan sa Region 4 natin, iisa lamang yung qualified na mag-conduct ng psychological capacity noong mga pumapasok na new recruits. Is this true? Kasi kung totoo to, nakakapag-worry yan. Dahil nga sa dami ng mga recruits natin, tapos mag-undergo sa psychological test, halos lahat nakakapasok, baka wala nang... Kaya ganyan na nangyayari sa mga investigasyon natin. So, can you kindly enlighten me on this?
Sir, with respect to the authority of our psychologists to conduct neuro exam, I think we have the law on the 2009 Psychology Act, wherein registered psychologists are the only ones allowed to conduct neuro. We are about to make some validations as to whether or not the number of psychologists in the PNP are enough to supervise and conduct this neuro, sir. So, sir, we will submit to our monitoring team, sir.
So, kung hindi enough yung ating mga psychologists, sino nagko-conduct ng psychological test? Mga psychometrician?
Sir, we believe that there are psychometricians also.
Are they allowed to conduct the psychotest?
Sir, under the Psychology Act of 2009, only registered psychologists are allowed to conduct the whole process
So
of
sa
the
Region 4
neuro exam.
natin, ilan ang psychologists natin?
As of now, sir, as last year, sir, I think we have only one registered psychologist, sir.
One for the whole region?
Yes, sir. The others are already psychometrics,
PNP.
sir.
Bakit one only psychologist do we hire for this purpose? How many recruits tayo a year?
Mr. Chair, in cases na merong recruitment, nagre-request po tayo ng additional psychologist kung meron man silang maibigay dito sa Kamkrame at hindi naman nataon na merong recruitment dito sa Kamkrame, nagbibigay po sila. However, in the absence, I'm very sad to say na isa lang po talaga yung ginagamit na psychologist job natin
Ilan
dyan
ang
sa
mga
Region
recruits
4A.
natin? For example, last year, no 2023, ilan ang new recruits natin? Do you have a record of the new recruits? Baka dyan tayo
I'm sorry,
nagpa-fail
Your Honor, I don't have the record. But,
Kung meron lang tayo isang psychologist sa RD, tapos hindi allowed ang psychometrician, that's a problem, ano? Kasi buong region yan, Well, anyway, siguro,
Mr.
submit
Chair.
na lang sa atin yung, yung documents about the, yung sa mga new recruits natin. And siguro,
Mr. Chair, before
Sige.
we end up,
Okay, Congressman Palma, please.
with all due respect, yung bang result ng neuro natin
Before you
hindi for sale?
proceed, Congressman Palma, I'd just like to recognize,
Yeah, okay.
at acknowledge the presence of Congressman Sergio Dogoc.
Pasensya na po yung questioning ko Hindi ba for sale yung result ng neuro? Kasi sa aming region, ganun din yun ng pag wala kang kamag-anak, kabarkada, bagsak ka sa neuro. Dito sa inyo, I cannot vouch for that. May line of questioning lang, hindi naman ito hindi ba po for sale yung natin? Neuro natin, result? Kaya nagkaganito na yung mga recruits natin.
Sir, pakiulit po yung tanong, sir.
Ibig ko sabihin, yung resulta niyang neuro, pag kilala ka, or may ka, may kasunduan, pasado ka. Pag wala, bagsak ka.
Your Honor, wala pong nangyayaring ganyan.
Really?
Yes, sir.
So I would take your word.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for that, Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Palma. Congressman ako, please.
Baka naman yung statement ni RD Lucas nung panahon niya, wala nangyaring ganyan.
Baka.
Mr. Chair.
Sige. Just,
Because
he still have the floor. Sige, go ahead.
nung panahon namin, may nangyaring ganyan Hindi ko naman sinasabing for sale. Pero nadodoktor yung result. He's raising his hand, Mr. Chair.
Yes, General Lucas, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Sir, meron na po kasi kaming ginagawa ngayon. Pag nag-neuro ang isang aplikante, hindi natin makikilala kung sino yon because what we are using is a QR code. Yun po ang makakapag-identify. Pero kung sino yung examine na yon, hindi po natin alam kung kung sino siya.
And that's good.
Yes, sir.
System
Because
na yun.
Kaya nga sinasabi ko, Mr. Chair,
Ah.
na nung panahon niya siguro wala na. Kasi nung panahon namin meron yan. Kaya nga lumabas yung sistema na yan Na
Sir, no, to
pumapasok
correct
na
it.
yung papeles ng applicant na anonymous.
Sir, nung
Alam
time
namin yun. Kaya nga tinatanong ko, yung sagot mo kasi kay Honorable Palma, hindi nangyari. Sa panahon mo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Pero nung panahon namin, nangyayari yan. Kaya nga kami ang nagbigay ng solution na yan
Yes, sir. Opo.
But you have to consider talaga yung yung psychologist Kasi very critical ako dun sa pagpasok ng mga yan tapos si isa lamang Baka doon na nagkakaroon ng problem dun sa isang yun. Anyway, Paul ko busy. Bernardo, isa lang, last na to. Would it be possible na magkaroon tayo ng kasi kanina pinag-uusapan ni Congressman Acop sa ni attorney nung sa kabila that yung article waiving of the article 125 medyo talagang pagtitingnan mo talagang parang it's hard to understand by the common lalo na kung ang pinag-uusapan natin sila Director Castro at saka yung mga college graduate kung hindi nila naintindihan dahil mas lalo yung mga lower rank sa kanila na nakukulong because of they were, ang daming reason, kaya nandun sila. at inosente naman, tapos ibibigay mo pa yung ganong klaseng waiver ng Article 125, can you abbreviate that in order for the police that are involved can somehow explain it briefly in the right word? Like, for example, kanina sinabi, pag nag-waive ka, kulong ka. Pag hindi ka nag-waive, labas ka. I think that is the simplest explanation kapag pumirma ka ng waiver. Akala nila pag pipirma sila ng waiver, pabor sa kanila yon. Hindi. Andun ka, nakakulong ka. Di ba? For example, 36 hours yung definition nila. But they are now almost 2 weeks na nakakulong. Kung naintindihan nila yon, hindi sila nag-sign ng waiver. Di ba? Can we kindly abbreviate that para for the people to understand that you don't have to sign right away. You need to understand. Hindi natin pwedeng kasi alam mo natin, yung mga tao natin, yung mga nandun sa, well, hindi atin, pero I think the PNP can help. Kasi Article 4 of the Constitution clearly define yung liberty, the rights natin for liberty, for life. Yun yung pinaka-fundamental rights that we owned. And somehow, yung deprivation of liberty in this case, was really deprived. Di ba? Kaya, BC, Bernardo, please.
Maraming pong salamat. Gaya nga po niyan, inimbitahan po namin lahat yung deans ng mga criminology colleges and universities. At iniimbitahan din namin yung mga integrated bar. At isasama po namin yung DIDM, yung Directorate for Investigation and Detective Management. At pinupulong din namin yung Directorate for Human Resource and Doctrine Development na magkaroon kami ng broadening of stakeholdership. I-define na namin na mas malinaw na proseso. Kasi nga on the side ng PNP, kung makuha namin yung waiver doon sa illegal detention, yung 36 hours, tactically advantageous sa amin yun. But ang purpose naman namin ay mahuli namin talaga yung salarin yung gumawa Kaya kailangan din namin po ng ipaliwanag sa mamamayan na dapat maunawaan nila kung sakaling mag-waive sila doon sa kanilang right na magkaroon ng nasa inquest, kung ano yung inquestable at ano yung dadaan dapat ng preliminary investigation. Ganun po ang gagawin namin.
Ito katulad dito, BC, nakalagay dito, request for preliminary investigation and waiver of Article 125 of the RPC. Hindi naman in-explain dito kung ilagay natin sa Tagalog para maintindihan ng mga na mai-inquest doon. Para maintindihan nila. Di ba? Palagay ko, isa sa makakasolve ng problem natin. And it's better for the 10 guilty persons to escape rather than one innocent person to suffer. Di ba? Ang hirap Ang sakit Lalo sa mga damdamin itong mga magulang na nandito, yung mga direktor. Kung walang kasalanan, napakasakit sa kanila. Kung may kasalanan talaga si Direktor Jade Castro, makulong na siya. Sa amin ganun Di ba? Kaya we need to really amend some of our rules and procedures.
Ganun po, idadagdag ko lamang kasi yung ugnayan po namin sa NPS, kasi nga yung Department Circular 20 na sinasabi dapat may prima facie case na ito bago mo i-file yung kaso. Technically, kung nag-waive ito, pero ganun pa man dapat obligasyon ng mga prosecutor, tiyakin na talagang may tatawid ito sa hanggang conviction, yung prima facie case, hindi lamang ma-file. Kaya ito po, pinatawag niya kami ng Supreme Court tungkol sa mga bagay na ito. At isa rin sa observation nga ng Supreme Court, alisin yung arrest quota. At nagawa na po namin yan. Yun ang unang ginawa.
So, naalis niyo yung arrest quota? So, alam na ng PNP?
Naalis na po yun. At kausap namin dati si General
So,
Peralta.
ano ang quota nila? Ang quota nila is based on the decided cases. Ganon.
Assessment po ng crime
So, we admit na meron tayong quota.
Mr. Chair.
We admit na meron tayong quota.
At dati po yun, yung gaya nga po ng hearing natin doon yung hearing natin doon sa nangyari sa Antipolo, na may ulat doon na bakit kayo nanguhuli ng 10?
Kasi may quota sila.
Kasi may quota. Pero mula nung hearing na yan po, dulot ng hearing na yan, agad-agad na kinausap namin sila, naalis na yung arrest quota
meron na ba tayong pronouncement sa DILG na ganyan na dapat talagang alis yung quota na yan? Wala pa? So we have to do that.
Meron na ho yan kasi nga nakausap na namin si General Peralta nung time na yan at nakausap na namin yung Directorate for Operation. Inalis na rin po ito. na,
We have to
nakulanay.
put that on the grassroots ng ating mga PNP kasi sila ganun pa rin eh. Pagdating ng accomplishment eh. And at the same time, yung accomplishment na nakabase din sa pagtaas ng rango nila, di ba? Oh. So dapat maging klaro yan na hindi nakabase doon sa mga numbers of crimes yung kanilang pagtaas ng rango. Congressman Busita.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, pwede po bang malaman sa Vice Chairman ng NAPOLCOM ano yung sinasabing hindi na wala nang kota-kota? Meron po ba tayong black and white reference? Kasi ako po, personally, talagang dati, may kota weekly kota. Kaya nape-pressure yung ating personnel sa field. Ngayon, hindi lang naman si Vice Chairman ang nakabanggit niya ng kota-kota na binago na. Ang punto lang dito, Mr. Chair, kasi kung verbal lang yan, pwedeng after 1 year, 2 years, pabalik na naman. And Mr. Chair, kung natatandaan ko po, may letter ang PNP na pinag-aaralan na itong performance evaluation na rating system ng PNP, particular ang mga police stations. So, ang ano lamang po, Mr. Chair, baka pwedeng mag-submit ang PNP through NAPOLCOM. Ano yung clear basis na itong sinasabi nating performance evaluation rating system na dating ini-implement na kung saan may target accomplishment per week ang bawat police station. Matagal na po ninyong pinag-aaralan yan Meron na po bang resulta, Mr. Chair? Yun po lang ang gusto natin, Mr. Chair.
So, anybody can answer? Kung wala po, are you addressing your query to whom?
Sa PNP and NAPOLCOM, Mr. Chair.
Briefly, tapos na tayo kasi alauna na po at andyan na po yung kabilang grupo. So, anybody, NAPOLCOM, you can answer or PNP? Kung wala, they don't want to answer or kulang okay lang, Congressman. So,
Mr. Chair, kung hindi po masagot ng NAPOLCOM and PNP, mag-submit na lang po sila ng report.
Sige.
Kung paano nila ma-define or masabi na talagang binago na po nila yung sistema. Hindi pwede, Mr. Chair, verbal lang And Mr. Chair, actually, sa field, sa grounds, may information po akong nag-gather na may instruction naman. O wala na tayong kota-kota
Can we ask the DILG, Yusek Llamas, can you kindly tell the, you consult with the BC para at least yung sa ganong klase ng documents that the good congressman from party list One Rider is asking,
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. So, lastly, you were raising your hand, Direk Eric Mati. Sige, any last word?
Mabilis lang po. So, siguro rin, since we're talking about the mga protocols or yung nangyari dito kasi sa grupo ni Jade Castro at mga kaibigan niya, ang mahirap kasi parang walang check and balance din Di ba? Yung investigating prosecutor, siya rin yung fiscal. Yung fiscal, siya rin yung magpapas ng resolution. So, paano niya kukontrahin sarili niya? And by signing the waiver, di ba nag-sign sila ng waiver para mag-further investigate yung PNP, wala naman silang ibang inimbestiga kasi as we all heard dito, ang kinukwento lang nila yung salaysay ng mga witnesses. Hindi nila na-backtrack na may mga CCTV, yung nahuli, may CCTV sa Molanay at the same time na nasusunog yung jeep. Hindi nila na-check yung mga ganong ebidensya na dapat ginawa nila yon nung nag-waive na nga yung clients, di ba? Ay, yung mga suspect.
That was the issue raised by Congressman Palma as well, no? And ako, I have seen some lapses, I have seen some error, and you cannot anymore bring back yung yung pagkakakulong ni Jade, no? But of course, this is in aid of legislation, no? Nasa korte na po yung kaso, and now we will be hindi na natin pwedeng pakialaman, but of course yung procedure, doon kami medyo nagpo-focus ngayon sa ginagawa ng ating mga PNP. Ang dami natin pag-uusapan next week with regards to procedures. So you wanted to speak, Congressman Dagok, last word.
Recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dagok muna.
Sagutin ko lang yung kwan ni Director kasi yun ang tinatanong niya
Sige, will you allow it? Because I recognize you
With
first.
the indulgence of the Honorable Dagok, Director, yung investigating prosecutor, hindi po siya ang nagdidesisyon lang sa pagpa-file ng kaso. Pagkatapos niyang matapos yung kanyang resolution, inire-recommenda niya doon sa provincial prosecutor. At dalawang assistant or deputy provincial prosecutor ang magre-review po. At kung nag-approve po sila, pinipirma nila. Kung hindi naman, hindi po sila pipirma until it reaches the table of the provincial prosecutor. Yun po yung my final say. Now, if there's a question insofar as the result of the preliminary investigation is concerned, pwede naman kayo umakyat sa National Prosecution Service. Doon po sa Department of Justice. Yun po yung protocol. Kaya hindi po yung investigating prosecutor ang totally na nasusunod. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maraming salamat. At
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Congressman Acop. Congressman De Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is not interpellation but recommendation. This is in aid of legislation, so may I humbly suggest for the parties involved, yung mga accused at saka si Napolcom at PNP, ano ba yung sa tingin ninyo dapat naming baguhin existing laws except yung mga rules of court, sila naman ang mag-issue niyan. So that we will be receiving your inputs at matingnan namin kung kailangang i-legislate yung i-recommend ninyo. Kasi kayo yung nasa sa field, no? Din yung mga accused din, ano ba sa tingin niyo yung medyo nagkulang or sumubra doon sa part ng PNP? Then doon sa mga investigators natin, I agree with the other members of the committee kasi while wala ako sa baba, nagmo-monitor ako, galing kasi ako sa Ways and Means dahil doon sa ease of paying taxes na nilalounce ngayon. I agree with him na kahit sa mga probinsya sa Siargao, marami talaga tayong police stations na medyo yung mga investigators natin, buti na lang walang masyadong mga kaso yung mga lugar na yon. How about the other PNP stations na sa tingin ko kailangan nating i-review ulit yung number of hours natin sa PNP kung ilang oras ba yung dapat i-allocate natin doon sa criminal investigation kasi doon po nagmula yung mga officers natin at doon sa mga criminology schools, no, baka pwede nating ma-review din yung curriculum na yan kasi napakahalaga po yung kasi doon naman sa Mr. Chair, on the part of Napolcom at saka PNP, may record naman po kayo ilang mga kaso yung na-dismiss at yung mga normal, no, yung usual na basis ng dismissal, sana mapag-aralan natin yon para doon tayo mag-concentrate kung magdagdag man tayo ng number of hours doon sa training ng mga investigators at saka yung mga magiging chief of police, doon tayo mag-concentrate sa aspect na yon. Saan nagkulang yung portion ng investigation report na nagiging dahilan ng mga dismissal. So, yun lang. Thank you
so much. Maraming salamat, Congressman Sergio Dugook. And I would like to thank everybody, especially yung ating pong mga bisita from DGPI, kila Director Sigion Reyna, Director Eric Mati, kila Don Monteverde, to the families as well, to the PNP. Thank you so much for being here at sa Napolcom, sa DILG, and to all other resource speakers. Sadly, we have to end our committee hearing because we have a part 2 of this hearing as well. So again, maraming po salamat and need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, motion to suspend.
There's a motion to suspend. Any second the motion? Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none. This hearing is now suspended. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Meron pong pagkain dyan. Pwede po kayong kumain.